Lukas Krpalek, and I will fight in Ippongir.
Well, a very good morning and welcome back to Odivelas and day 2 of competition at the Odivelas European Open for men. 4 weight categories that we've got to bring to you today on this second day, and I'm just going to go through the top 4 seeds in each weight category and then pick out maybe 1 or 2 fighters who I think are worth looking at. Let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 81 kilo category. And the number 1 seed is Stuart McWatt of Great Britain. The number 2 seed is Jonathan Aladon of France. Number 3 seed is Alfonso Urquiza Solana of Spain. And the number 4 seed is Ilker Gulduren of Turkey. Maybe one of those 4 will shine through, or perhaps someone else from the group. Interesting first contest. Actually, it's the second contest up on mat 2. Andrea Regis of Italy, a former junior European champion back in 2010. At the same time as he was becoming junior European champion, his opponent today was getting a silver medal, winning a silver medal at the World Championships back in 2010. That's Leandro Guilherme of Brazil. So it'll be Andrea Regis of Italy to face Leandro Guilherme of Brazil. Second contest up in the under 81 kilo category on mat 2. That should be an interesting outing. Okay, in the under 90 kilo category, Max Stewart of Great Britain is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is his teammate Jamal Petgrave, also of Great Britain, obviously. Number 3 seed, Atu Lamminen of Finland, and the number 4 seed, David Duda of Latvia. Few names to look at in the under 90 kilo category. Julian Kemarak of France. He moved up to the under 90 kilo category back in 2017, and since then he's picked up a bronze medal at the European Open back in 2018. So, he's still making his way. A couple of other names in there: Ismail Kamkoev of Russia, Vadim Ziniaski of the Ukraine, and the former world champion at under 81 kilos, Loic Pietri. Won the World Championships back in 2013. He moved up to the under 90 kilo category in 2017. So still something for him to aim for, but in this new weight category, Loic Pietri. That should be class. Right, in the under 100 kilo category, unfortunately, the number 1 seed has had to withdraw, so we don't have the pleasure of the company of Yevgenis Borodavko of Latvia. He would have been the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Merab Magiev of France. The number 3 seed is Thomas Brecheno of Chile, and the number 4 seed is the young and up-and-coming Philip Galandi of Germany. In there you've got Ver Gabor of Hungary. He moved up from the under 90 kilo category a while ago. He has had a European Open gold medal. That was back in 2016, but that was under 90 kilos. Clément Delver of France, already a 4-time European Open winner, including a gold medal last year in Sofia, same time as last year. And an interesting entry from Japan, a 21-year-old junior Asian bronze medalist back in 2015, Ito Yoshinobu. And we had a good run out and a good showing from the Japanese. The Turkish fighter is also worth having a look. He's down from plus 100, fighting at under 100 now, Feyyaz Yazıcı of Turkey. And in the plus 100 kilo category, we'll do that in a minute because the fighters are about to take to the mat. Let's go to mat number 2. We're going to pick up the opening contest between Hevo Manukian of Ukraine. He's up against Arman Kalatian of France. It's Manukian in the white judogi, Kalatian in blue. Right, let's just fill you in on the under 100 kilo category then. The plus 100 kilo category. Number 1 seed is Francisco Solis of Chile. The number 2 seed is Nabil Salah of France. Number 3 seed, Eric Abramov of Germany. And the number 4 seed, Anton Brashev of Russia. Those are the top 4 seeds. A couple of people to look out for: Sato Kazuya of Japan. He's 23 years old. Junior Asian champion back in 2014. He's had a couple of Grand Prix. He's had a couple of run-outs at Grand Prix, but no results yet. Okay, I'll go through those again when we come to some of those weight categories. But let's focus now on the action on the tatami. No score yet between Manoukian and Kalatian. I haven't seen either of these. Well, Manoukian I've seen before, the Ukrainian, but not the French boy. New one on me. I think I'll have another bash at keeping the contest sheets up to date. I had a good go at it yesterday. But as you're filling out the contest sheets, you also take your eye off the action, so you miss a few things.
On match 1, first round under 90 kilograms, in white from Austria, Johan Spachet. In blue from France, Benoit Colli.
Both fighters have been penalised once. Not sure how Kalatian got his right arm over on that side, but as you can see, he was quick to attack, and that's what you want. Once that arm goes over, make sure that you attack quickly. I got given a nice tie this morning. Did you get a tie, Akosh? Did you get a tie? You didn't. No, you're not in the team then, mate. Portuguese Judo Federation gave a very smart-looking tie there. You know? Manoukian keen to get involved on the ground, always a good sign, I think. Nope. Unfortunate for him, he picked up a second penalty this time for that overly defensive gripping, just blocking his opponent out there. Again, looking to work on the ground. There's the turnover. Those aren't valid for scoring purposes. Into the last minute now. Pity about the two penalties picked up by Manoukian. Just get the feeling that he's been out-muscled a little bit. Kalatian looks that little bit, more physically strong. Last few seconds here. Still slightly bent over. I'd like to be a little bit more upright, wouldn't he, Manoukian? Desperate. There's no need for that. You can take him into golden score. Just doesn't want to risk too much. That's what Kalatian is waiting for. So we go into golden score and get right underway. Nicely balanced contest, despite the 3 penalties. Kalatian has been slightly more tactically aware. That was terrific. There you go. Yeah, you can't believe it, can you? But there you go. He was the boy. Oh dear. I shouldn't laugh, really. Because he had everything going for him. Our man Kalatian. and it just shocked him. He stuck on to that. What was that then? Hizagaruma maybe?
Winner,
Akash,
number
what do you reckon?
Gabor Manutin from Ukraine.
But you know, if you stay with it, that's what I was saying. Don't worry about it. Oh, look at that. Oh, beautiful, wasn't it? Sasai a little bit higher up, but yeah, the thinking is the Sasai. It doesn't matter. I'm sitting 2 feet away from Brown Akash, and he's right. It's not where the foot hits. You know, you don't have to put it absolutely flat on the foot for it to be Sasai. It's the action, and that was Sasai. Pulling, drawing technique. And here we go. Leandro Guilherme in the white judogi faces, Andrea Regis in blue. What a matchup this is. First thing in the morning. Neither of these fighters will be looking forward to this one. I remember when Regis won the Junior European Championships back in 2010 in Samakov. And I thought, this is a good boy, you know. 73 kilos he was at the time. And then, with the greatest of respect to him, he just appeared to plateau, you know, just stayed at this level. You know, always had nice judo. And it was so just overpowering as a junior, really looked, you know, like high quality. And then, sorry to say, just really hasn't done it as a senior. Leandro Guilherme, well, I think most people, you know the background. Absolutely superb fighter, very successful as well. We mentioned his silver medal at the World Championships at exactly the same time that Regis was winning his junior European title. That was the gulf in them. Here's the score. Just with the hands. I'm not sure, you know, it was like a bit of a gimme, that one, wasn't it? Oh well. He did control Regis and onto his back, so why not?
Winner, match 1, week 50 from France. On match 1, first round, under 90 kilograms.
That was something I didn't know, that Andrea Regis comes from the same club that Fabio Basile comes from. Okay, thank you very much for that. So Wazari still the lead for Guilherme, nice and upright, looking comfortable. Regis yet to threaten the Brazilian. Still got a minute and a half in which to do it. And now for the first time, just slightly bent over there, just taking a bit of a breather. I suppose that's the first time that he's really threatened Guilherme, and Guilherme having to turn in very quickly to avoid the oncoming Regis there. That was a useful bit of gripping from the Italian. Just had, and again has Guilherme defending. Could really get called for a false attack here, to be honest. He just bailed out of that. I'll give him false attack there. Never really put anything in here. There you go. Thanks for that. I don't have an earpiece or a microphone connected to the referee. That for me was a false attack.
On next one, first round under 90 kilograms. Benoit from France.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. 25 seconds. He's picked up 2 penalties now. Can't afford an error. Be tragedy for him, leading by Wazari. Got to put the pressure on now. You have to look at the clock, see that this is your only chance here. Pile on the pressure and see if you can draw something from Guilherme as he maybe tires. Not going to happen now. Satemi was from Regis, but with 5 seconds left to go. Guilherme is going to be that little bit too clever for Regis, and it's the Brazilian. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my goodness me! Oh, we're going to have a look at that one. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Well, we'll have a look at the replay on that one. It's going to go into golden score anyway, but Guilherme was just, overly defensive in that last 10-15 seconds, and he paid for it. Regis came up with the Satemi Waza, and this takes Guilherme to a place that he did not want to be in golden score. Well, yeah, you shake your head, but, you face up to him and just stiff arm him that for one more second, and that doesn't happen. Oh, Regis dug deep there. Credit to the Italian. Didn't stop. And just when everyone thought it was all over, packing up and ready to move on to the next round, Regis came up with that last-ditch Satemi was an effort. Yes, it's interesting because you'd have to look at the clock there to see when the action started. That would be the key. Yes, I shall look at that later, just to make sure. But he's still in it, Andre Regis. Yeah, it for me, it's that left hand pushed into the waist of, the thing was, both of them. Well, there you go. But he had that left hand pushed into the hip of Regis, and for me that was worse than the passivity, because he was blocking that hip from Regis. Regis wanted to come in there. He had the left hand pushed into the hip, and what a disappointment. Absolute disappointment. 2 errors, really, from Guilherme there. So experienced. The one knowing that he only had a couple of seconds left and then getting caught, and the second one was he was on 2 penalties. He was the one who was on thin ice. Yeah, I would have, given it a bit more. Anyway, that is the end of that one. Dorin Paladin of Portugal faces Fagan Guluzada of Azerbaijan. It's Paladin in the white judogi, Guluzada in blue. What a start to the day we've had then. For some people, it's already the end of the day. It's harsh, isn't it? 10:15, day over. Hot shower and the Super Bowl beckons. That's it. That's your day. Fagan Guluzada, I've seen him before. Well, he's given him plenty of time, or she's giving him plenty of time. Paladin. To work something on the ground. Gulizada eventually managing to get to his feet. Let's have a look and see where it is that I've seen Gulizada before then. Remember the name. It's not a name that you're going to forget easily, is it? Just maybe where. Fagan Gulizada. Grand Slam in Dusseldorf a year ago. He's been off for a year. Junior Europeans, perhaps. Tashkent Grand Prix. Picked up a bronze medal there, 2017.
The bronze medalist in the Grand Prix Zagreb 2016, Mark Stewart. And in blue, from Austria, Sebastian Schneider.
Okay, so he's been about a little. Fagan Gulizada, and Doran Paladin is going to remember him. Nice finish there from the Azeri.
Winner on mat 2 from Azerbaijan, Fagan Gulizada. Now on mat number 2, first round man under 81 kilos category in white from Romania, Eleman Zox, and in blue from Spain, Daniel Nieto Trinidad.
Right, what have we got on mat 2 now? We've got the number 1 seed in the under 90 kilo category on the adjoining mat. I suppose we could look at that, although I'm tempted not to go just because people will say that I'm biased because it's a British fighter. So if you want to see Max Stewart, just click on 1 and you can go down there. He's up against Sebastian Schneider of Austria. Okay, I'm going to stick here with Elmar Zurch of Romania. It sounds like a Hungarian name, Zurch. And he's up against Daniel Nieto Trinidad. Yeah, I'll just check with my colleague. It does sound like a Hungarian name, Zurch. Yeah. Yeah, because we've got a member of our staff who's got that surname, the big man. His name is Zurch, isn't it? No score yet. Both fighters have picked up a Shiro apiece, and we're halfway through the contest. Yeah, the person that I was referring to is spells the name a little bit differently. Zerch Imre. That's the Hungarian heavyweight. Yeah, it's a slight different name, is it? Oh, okay, so it is then. Maybe that one is Search. Right, okay. Today's lesson in Hungarian. Watch this space. And anyway, this one's from Romania. So. Yeah, that is seriously confusing. But I'm giving it a good effort. Uchigari, chance here if he keeps pushing. Just missed out. Hopped off that one. And then a little Ashy was he isn't finished yet, is he? Again, he has a little stab at that Ojigari, maybe trying to hop it into the Uchimata, but doesn't come off. Mr. Nieto Trinidad may pick up a penalty. That wouldn't end it, so I'm not sure why they are wrapping it up. Oh, it's Mr. Zerch who's going to pick up a third penalty, I think.
Winner on that one, Sebastian Schneider from Austria.
Winner on match number 2 from
Yeah,
Spain,
not his
Adrián Ponce
best day, I'm afraid. Yeah, unusual when they show the loser at the end. They followed him all the way off the mat and then realised, whoops, we've been focusing on the loser here. Anyhow. Right. What have we got next then? Massimiliano Carolo of Italy faces Adrian Ponce Canales of Spain. Carolo in the white judogi, Ponce in blue. Just a reminder that you can choose whichever mat you want to watch. 2 mats today. Down on mat 1, you've got Guillermo Salvador of Portugal. He's up against Oruzamak Makiev of France. That one is just underway. That's in the under 90 kilo category. We're looking at round 1 of the under 81 kilo category. We've already had the pleasure of Andrea Regis and Leandro Guilera. If you missed that one, that was probably the most interesting fight of the morning so far. Contestants. 41 is the entry in the under 81 kilo category. I didn't see what happened with the under 90 kilo category number 1 seed, but I've just looked at the results there, and Sebastian Schneider of Austria has defeated Max Stewart, the number 1 seed, out early today. Carollo leads with a little over 2 minutes left to go. Looks as though we'll have all of the under 81 kilo category on mat 2. So if you want to follow the 81 kilo category, this is the best place to be, and I think we'll just stick with that. Carollo unable to get the arm out there, looking to roll his opponent into the Judo Gatami, but good defense from Ponce there. Thought about the Ojigara, and then on the way out, maybe a little ashy was on the Maki Komi from Carollo, but that collapsed. There's a minute left to go. Took a bit of a bash on the way down, and his head connected with the tatami, but no harm done. The referee had a quick look as well. Back on the way. We're already underway with round 2 of the under 90 kilo category down on mat number 1. For those of you that are interested in that, just a couple of fights in the first round, and then back on round 2 pretty quickly. Carollo coming up with a second score there. 20 odd seconds left to go on the clock, catching the Spaniard nicely to finish things off. He'll face the number 2 seed, Jonathan Aladon of France, in round 2. That's Massimiliano Carollo of Italy.
Winner on match number 2, Massimiliano Carollo from Italy. Próximo combate no tapete 2, categoria de menos de 81 quilos, no branco, representar Portugal, Steve Castanheira. E de azul, Sasha Daniel Togo.
Right, what have we got now? Steve Castanheira of Portugal faces Sasha Denayo of Togo. I think he's the only player from Togo here. Let's have a look then. Yeah, just the one. Chance for Castanera to work on the ground here. He's the one looking for the turnover. Denanio just having to be a little bit careful there. Right-sided effort from the Togolese player. And that's just given him that edge at the moment. Castanera a little bit off the pace, picked up a penalty for passivity. Minute and a half left to go. Still just that single Shido against Castanera. No real harm done as yet. Just wants to keep up the rate of attacks, does Denanio. As long as he doesn't commit an error, he's in this. Looks as though he's got, you know, useful mat work. Yeah, both of them. So 20 odd seconds left to go. It's really important now, as far as the tactics are concerned, that Denanio doesn't commit an error. Just keeps up the rate of attacks. It doesn't look as though he's going to get thrown here. Looks fairly, you know, fairly solid on his feet. Got reasonable gripping skills as well. And that move into golden score will just give him 5 or 6 seconds to catch his breath. Prepare now for the golden score period.
He
looks all right. Moves reasonably well. Almost got caught with the Uchimata there. Just got to be careful here as he starts tiring. One big attack now needed from the Togolese. He gets another attack against him with the Uchimata. And he's a little bit slow to his feet here. He's not careful. In this cycle, he's got to come up with an attack. Yeah, just beginning to get pulled around here. This is when it gets really tough. Well, it doesn't quite go over, but what will happen now is that he'll pick up the second penalty. So it's all even, and now Steve Castanera is beginning to step things up here. He senses a chance. Yeah, it's gone now, hasn't it? Yeah, he just got pushed back there. Yeah, just got a little bit too much for him in the end. He ran out of steam pretty quickly in that golden score period. And the difficulty was that he couldn't come up with a score. All looked good for the first 2-3 minutes maybe. And he just started to fall away towards the end. Steve Castanheira of Portugal takes a very, very hard won opening round contest in the under 81 kilo category. He'll face Alexis Rosa in round 2. All right, we've got another Portuguese fighter about to take to the mat. Miguel Alves of Portugal faces Arash Agahe of Azerbaijan. Alves in the white judo gi. Agahe in blue. Looks as though Agahe is wearing a t-shirt, doesn't it? His sleeve has gone so far up, it's over the elbow. he's got a t-shirt on. Where are you going to grip him? Well, you could call that a block, couldn't you? From Alves.
Winner, match 1, Judo, Latvia.
Single Judo picked up by the Azeri. Got plenty of time for things to develop. At the moment, there's no score.
On match 1, second round, under 90 kilograms. In white from France, Benoit Colin. In blue from Libya, Mohamed Issa Enas.
Yeah, they've taken away that penalty that Alves picked up. Makes things a little bit easier for him. Nice little Ashiwaza effort there. Alves beginning to get a little bit comfortable now. The likelihood is that he'll threaten a bit more. That was silly. My goodness me, never saw that coming. Did Miguel Alves. Turned over rather amateurishly, I'm afraid. And he was lucky to escape out of that one. 16 seconds were on the clock. Everyone was getting ready for the next contest. But Alves managed to at least save himself from losing without really giving a good account of himself. He's got a second chance here. But really, he gifted that position to Arash Agaev of Azerbaijan. Can he pull something back now? Yazeri with Wazari lead with 40 seconds left to go. Yeah. Yeah, the coach is not happy with that decision, but it's perfectly right. Agaev was only just blocking out. Last few seconds, Alves has got to go Ouchigari left-sided, and a nice turn from Agaev to avoid going onto his back. One more big attack here from the Portuguese. That's not it. Yeah, I don't know about a false attack there, because the Ashiwaza brought him down. Yeah, absolutely. Good call at the end. Thought about giving a penalty, but there's no penalty to give there, and that's it now. Nice little battle, that one. Miguel Alves, however, will be upset with himself because he really gave up that Osaikomi position. It was his mistake. Apart from that, he'd have been in this. Managed to escape after 16 seconds. Gave himself a little bit of a chance in the last 50 seconds, but in the end, Arash Agaev proved up to defending his Wazari lead. Okay, who have we got coming up next then? Javier Gallego of Spain faces Etienne Delver of France. Gallego in the white judogi, Delver in blue.
No tapete 1, segunda ronda da categoria de menos 90 quilos. De branco, Portugal, Odivelas. De azul, França, Beatriz.
Interesting start to this one. Wazari apiece in the first minute. Okay, so what's your money on this one going the distance? Luik Pietri has won his opening contest on mat 2. That's round 2 of the under 90 kilo category. Lucky to get away with that one because there was more of an avoidance there than an attack. Anyway, he was clever enough to follow it up. Gallego. Done it again. Delver's got to slow him down here. Gallego looking busy. Yeah, that'll do. Shouldn't get caught from there.
Winner gets one in white for Great Britain, Jamal Petrov.
All looking good for Gallego at the moment. Pressing forward, he's the aggressor. A minute and a half left to go.
On mat one, second round, and the 90 kilograms.
Just as I say that, it's Delver who comes up with the first attack in that exchange, and he needs to do that. Just beginning to step things up now. Delver, just at the right time as well. Chance here. Hook in. Missed out. Yeah, you've got to be brave when you've got that arm over the top and then hook in and attempt to take your opponent back, either with the Kosotagaki. Here he goes again. Or you come up with the lift. Didn't happen. 40 odd seconds left to go. He's got himself into some good gripping positions here. He was a little bit too quick to attack there, Delver. He had his opponent in. He had a good grip on his opponent. If he just held that there for a little bit longer, then he would have forced Gallego into doing something. Gallego had gripped the belt, at the hip to try and keep Delver out. Once that happens, you've got your opponent on the back foot. Yeah, things are just looking that little bit better for Delver here. Golden score between Gallego and Delver.
Mat 2, golden score.
Delver can take this, just got to be a little bit clever with the tactics. He's picked up a single Shido. That shouldn't come into it. Again, a good position. He just attacks, when he really isn't set. And it's just that little bit too quick. He doesn't need to. He can just hang on for that little bit longer and put Gallego under a little bit more pressure. That was a little bit different because he had to attack there. His right arm had gone over on the same side as the left, so he had to put that attack in. But it was a good, strong Koji-gaki attack, and now Gallego does pick up a second penalty.
On mat one, second round, and the 90
Oh, that was his first, sorry, beg your pardon. Here comes the lift. This time he gets caught himself. Oh, well, he ran the risk there and ended up paying the full price. Wasn't bad. A few things to tidy up. The timing of his attacks would be one of them. I'm not sure if whether Florent Urani, the coach, in the background. New French coach will have picked up on those and worked with him, but he could have put his opponent under a little bit more pressure with better timing of those attacks and put himself under less pressure. Two different things. Right, who we got coming up next then? Manuel Rodriguez of Portugal faces Dmitry Rybin of Russia. It is Rodriguez in the white judogi, Rybin in blue. Early days in this contest as both fighters look to settle down. I haven't seen Rybin before. 81 kilos is a weight that the Russians have got plenty of strength in, plenty of depth. Mind you, I haven't seen Manuel Rodriguez, so both fighters new to me anyway. I suppose I could look them up and find out that I commentated on them somewhere else, but to be honest, they both sound like new ones on me. And just out of interest, I suppose, for those of you like me who are waiting for some of the later rounds to come up and a few of the bigger names, I'll just have a quick look and see where Mr. Rybin is on that ranking list of Russians in the under 81 kilo category. Can't even find him on there. Could be that he's moved up from under 73 kilo category, or he's completely new. No, can't find him on our list, so no surprise that his name doesn't ring a bell. 25 years old, Dmitry Rybin, but he doesn't feature in the list of Russians in our 81 kilo category. And the reason for that is that he hasn't competed at any of the bigger events. I feel a bit better now. It's beginning to question myself as to whether I'd seen him somewhere, but no. 2 penalties picked up by Rodriguez. We've got a minute and a half left to go. As I said earlier on, you missed Leandro Guillermo, lost out to Andrea Regis. It wasn't the most attractive of contests, but it was an interesting one. And a reminder as well that you've got the women taking place, women's competition taking place in Sofia. So for those of you that want to watch that, then you can find that link. I suppose those of you that are really clever, you can watch both at the same time, or that could be a little bit confusing if you've got the commentary from both events running at the same time. I think my colleague Chloe Cowan-Vickers is in Sofia. Yeah, full tidy up was the signal for a third penalty going to Manuel Rodriguez of Portugal. That's unfortunate. Dimitri Ribin goes through to round 2.
81 kilos category in white from Great Britain,
Looked okay.
Stuart McQuarrie. And in blue from Austria.
Right, well, we come to the top of the draw here. The number 1 seed, Stuart McWatt of Great Britain, is up now. He faces Adam Boshashvili of Austria. It's McWatt in the white judogi, Boshashvili in blue. I always feel tempted to say Boshashvili of Georgia. It's such a draw when you get that sounding name, that he's from Austria. So I hope I don't make that slip. Right, our first look then today at Stuart McWatt. He had a bye in round 1. Boshashvili is the first to attack right-sided with a low right-sided Toshi. Just has McWatt being whipped over that the outstretched right leg, but only his legs go. There's no top half of the body, so there's no score there. Yeah, well, if you can't move from there and there's no real control, then the referee will call mate. Bit of a stalemate on that one. Little foot tap had McWatt stumbling for a moment. Slightly untidy looking Satemi was it, but it won't worry McWatt. He puts Wazari on the board. Good little score in the end. It just says Wazari there. It doesn't say untidy looking Wazari. It's just Wazari. He's happy with that. So is Dennis Stewart, who's in the chair. And that's it. Done. Sat down, hooked the leg in. Over went Boshashvili. And Stuart McWatt really wasting no time there. Minute 15 seconds to wrap it up, and looked reasonably competent for his first outing for the day. The likelihood is that it will get increasingly difficult, as it always does as you go further and further in the competition, but that is a promising start there for the British fighter. Into round 3. 3 rounds, quarter-final, semi-final, and then final. Nice finish. Well, he will face the winner of the upcoming contest, Evo Manoukian, who we've seen already this morning. It's up against William Molina of Spain. It's Manoukian of Ukraine in the white judogi, Molina in blue. Just going to check with my colleague here and see if he agrees with me. Do you think that Manoukian looks, when you just look at him for the first time, who does he remind you of? You're a little bit close. He does, doesn't he? I don't have to say it, but he just, I saw you smile, so I know you're thinking the same thing. He does. He looks like Georgi Zantaraya. I suppose it's because he's from Ukraine as well, but he does. He's got that dark hair and he's got that little look. There's just something about him. Anyway, chance for the shimiwaza here. Got to go on the other side to have a look at that one. That referee getting himself in a good position now, but it didn't come off. Could be Zantara's big brother. Hi, good morning to everyone. A few people just joining us. Thanks very much for your messages. Glad to have you along. I know it's not the most breathtaking of starts. Kind of happens in the first hour or so, but for those of you who are die-hard watchers of judo, then good morning wherever you are. It's a big day in sport, isn't it? We've had quite a big weekend, really. A couple of judo competitions going on. One here in Odivelas, just on the outskirts of Lisbon, and then we've got the Women's Open in Sofia. England were playing rugby. They had a good win. Wales had a good win. In Paris, we'll be in Paris next weekend. And of course, for those of you that are real watchers of sport, then you'll know that the West Indies beat England in 3 days at cricket, for those of you that know what cricket is. Half the contest gone, no score. Both fighters have kept clean sheets, so nice and tidy. Molina, I like Molina. He's nice and upright, tall, rangy for the under 81 kilos. Reminds me of the Canadian. That's a terrific attack there. Nice score. He was into that really, really quickly. Comes up with I was just saying that he reminds me of Antoine Valois-Fortier, size-wise. Just the height and, you know, body shape. Good score. Manoukian was just turning off that. Yeah, he was just turning off that on the way down. I was about to say almost got out of it, but he did. Nice effort, though, from Molina. Manoukian's going to have to watch that. Almost ambushed him. Molina picked up the penalty. Single Shido against the Spanish fighter now.
No tapete 2 temos o atual campeão da Europa Júnior da categoria de menos 73 kg a lutar, de fato branco.
Manoukian just bent over a little bit there. Slightly defensive. Not surprised given the threat that Molina showed a little bit earlier on, but at some stage you're going to have to get upright and come up with some of your own attacks. Niels Stump, the gold medalist in the under 73 kilo category, was our player of the day yesterday. He put in a really good effort. There's an article on the EJU website, eju.net, about yesterday in particular, maybe a couple of paragraphs on Niels, and a short interview. If you want to read that, just tells you a little bit about what went on yesterday, and if we had the chance, we'd get him up here today, but I suspect that he may have gone back already, so we'll miss out on chatting with him wherever possible. You know, we like to get the players up here so that you can hear from themselves, you know, what they think and how they feel about it. Always nice, I think, especially if they can converse in English. A little bit tricky when sometimes you've got some of the Japanese who don't speak English at all, but they're friendly enough, but you can't get them to get the message across. And then once you get involved with a translator and everything, well, a little bit too much. 40 odd seconds into golden score. Manoukian has picked up a penalty as well, so Uchigari, well, the thought of it there from Molina. He just pushed that right leg out there. Manukian pushed the leg out, but I'm not going to identify that as any real attempt. Always finds a way to come up with something, Manukian. Just when you think he may be out of it and physically drained, comes up with some kind of scoring technique. I wonder if he's going to do the same here. Well, Molina is in danger of picking up a penalty here. He was languishing there with both hands on one side. He got given plenty of time. Oh, and it's Manukian who picks up the penalty. This is when he's at his most dangerous here, the Ukrainian. That Koji Gaki was a long way off, and it was a weak one. Yeah, you can't penalise him for attacking, even though it was a weak one. Yeah, you're going to go over there too often. Oh, they've seen enough. Yeah, just ran out of steam, did Manukian. It'll be William Molina of Spain who goes into round 3. I've given up filling the contest sheets out, but I suppose I better go back to doing it. Also lose where I am. Mind you, I've got a laptop here.
Winner, William Molina.
Yeah, not sure that the gripping penalty was the one to give. Could very easily have given passivity penalty, to be honest. The result would have been the same, a third penalty for Manukian, and to be honest, he really was looking out of it. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Both fighters are ready. I think they're just doing something with the scoreboard. That should be done fairly quickly. Jose Maria Mendiola of Spain faces Pedro Horta of Portugal. It'll be Mendiola in the white judogi, Horta in blue. And just a note, you can see the two coaches standing waiting for the fighters to take to the mat, and once they've got the scoreboard done, you'll see the etiquette of the two coaches. Not only do they bow to the tribune or the tatami, but they bow to each other as well. That's nice, isn't it? Nice touch, I think. Right, we're underway with this round 2 contest. A bit generous, wasn't it? Nice opening effort from Mendiola on the board, nice and early. Osai Komi, nice and tight. Just losing the left shoulder, but across the body. Just had the legs swapped over there, and we'll give him Munigatami for that one, shall we? Mendiola winning out in quick time, inside a minute, including the Masai Komi time. He goes into round 3, and I really will have to tidy up the sheets because I'll lose my way. Also helps to remember the names. You know, if you're actually writing down the names of the winners, I think that's always a good way to get used to the fighters. Right, we saw Andrea Regis this morning when he defeated Leandro Guilherme of Brazil. Here is Regis again. This time he's up against Maxime Flamand of France. Regis in the white judogi, Flamand in blue. We'll have a good dose of French fighters next week when we're in Paris for the first Grand Slam of the season. It's back to the Palais Omnisport Bercy, or the Accor Arena, I think it's called now. But we're in Paris next week for that Grand Slam. One of the biggest venues on the international circuit, one of the most important competitions in the calendar as well, and one of, I suppose, historic. Although when we speak about Paris in history, it's difficult not to go back to the time when it was called the Tournoi de Paris and held at the Coubertin Stadium. But I suppose the more I go on about that, the more I'll be showing my age. So I think I'll leave that out. Something to read in a judo history book, if you like. Because we've been at the Bercy Arena now for quite some time. I think we must be coming close to 20 years there, to be honest. 20 years in Bercy already. The time absolutely flies. No score yet between Regis and Flamand. The French have got quite a big team here. I dare say not many of them will be making an appearance next week. That's why there are a few of them out here. And they had a good day of it yesterday. To be honest, Sylvain Goulet picked up a silver medal in the under 60 kilo category, and it was Kylian Lebluc who won the 66 kilo category, and Pierre Duprin came away with a silver medal in the under 73 kilo category. Frank Vernet took a bronze in the under 66 kilo category as well. So, you know, some degree of success for the French yesterday. See what happens to them today. Somebody was sent a message to say that Regis is from the same club that Fabio Basile comes from. Not sure which club that is, but anyway, apparently it's the same one. I wonder if he dances with the stars as well then. Regis, can't imagine that he does. Hasn't got the same high profile that his club mate has. Akiyama Settimo Tonise. Okay, that's the place of practice for Regis and other assorted Italian team members, including Fabio Basile. And Carola, who fought earlier on, we'll see him later, won't we? He will face Jonathan Aladon, the number 2 seed, a little bit later. Judo picked up there by Regis. He's got a sister who competes. Andrea Regis. Regis looks as though he's heading towards golden score again. His opening contest against Leandro Galero also went into golden score. In fact, he took it into golden score by scoring in the very last second, right on the buzzer. Just waiting for the scoreboard to roll round, and it's done that now, so we're underway with the golden score period. Regis and Flamand.
On net one, first round under 100 kilograms. From Italy.
Did he manage to squeeze that one out there, was Ari? Right-sided. Yeah, okay. If you freeze that frame, there's a point at which he's down along the side. I have to give him that. Seotoshi from Andrea Regis again in the golden score period. This time he didn't take quite as long as he did in his win this morning over Leandro Galero, but he goes through to round 3. There's Regis.
Next contest on Tatami 2, second round man under 81 kilos category in white from Turkey, Ilker Guluren, and in blue representing Azerbaijan, Fagan Guluzada.
Right, who we got coming up next then? Ilker Gulduren of Turkey faces Fagan Guluzada of Azerbaijan. It'll be Gulduren in the white judogi, Guluzada in blue. And I'm going to leave you with this one for a couple of minutes. Just before I go, I'll remind you that we've got a second tatami that you can choose from. We've got the under 100 kilo category down on mat number 1 at the moment. That's in round 1. Here on mat 2, it is round 2 of the under 81 kilo category.
and one first round under 100 kilograms in white from France, Odivelas. And in blue from Hungary, Odivelas.
Second penalty picked up there by David Sarkisian of Armenia. Puts him in a really difficult position. Look at the amount of time left on the clock, more than 2.5 minutes. This one isn't going to go the distance, is it? Igor Herrero of Spain looks as though he's in a reasonable position here. Sarkisian's going to have to do something a little bit special to pull this one back. Yeah, Sarkisian is actually struggling a little bit with a foot injury. He's limping a little bit, so the likelihood of him continuing is pretty slim, I think. And Herrero can afford to be a little bit of a spoiler here. Just closes things down, makes life a little bit difficult for Sarkisian, and kind of forces a little bit of negativity, because he'll pick up a penalty, but so will Sarkisian. And if that happens, then both fighters will be penalized. Not the most attractive way of winning, but Herrero will take that.
Next contest on number 2, second round, man under 81 kilos category, in white from France, Nicolas Chillard, and in blue representing Spain.
I didn't mention Chillard this morning, Nicolas Chillard of France. Useful fighter. He's coming up now against Daniel Nieto Trinidad of Spain. We'll just go with Nieto, shall we? Chillard in the white judogi, Nieto in blue. Although I don't mind the Trinidad part. We'll just go with Nieto, I think.
On mat 1, first round under 100 kilograms, in white from Slovakia, Marius Fizel. And in blue for Romania, Ionut Bazian.
A little bit like yesterday, it was when we got to the last 16 that things really began to pick up. I suppose by that time, especially if it's the third round, you've had a look on a couple of occasions at each of the fighters. So you have a feeling of what their form is like and how they're looking. So we got about another 45 minutes, an hour, perhaps, before we run through to the last 16 in each of the weight categories. 100 and plus 100 are not that big. They're 25 and 14, respectively. So it won't take us long to get in there. We haven't seen any of the super heavyweights yet, have we? Interesting. I was going to say interesting little group, but that's a contradiction, isn't it, in terms, to call the plus 100 kilo categories little. I suppose it's got the smallest number of entrants. That's probably the best way of putting it. 14 in the plus 100 kilo category. Solis, Salah, Abramov and Brashev are the top 4 seeds in there, but we'll go into that in a little bit more detail when they take to the mat. Still no score between Chillard and Nieto. It's Nieto who picks up a penalty for passivity. Nice right-sided effort there. Beautifully done by Nicolas Schillard. Once he got the sleeves wrapped up, there was no getting off that from Nieto. Thrown beautifully for Ippon by Nicolas Schillard.
Winner on mat 2 from France, Nicolas Schillard.
Right, Schillard goes into round 3. He will face the winner of the upcoming contest. That's between Carlos Luge of Portugal. He faces Dmitry Iatsev of Russia. It'll be Luge in the white judo gi, Iatsev in blue. Spitting image, isn't it? Dennis and Dmitry. This is Dmitry here. I really couldn't tell them apart. Another set of identical twins in the Russian team. One in the under 81 kilo category and one in the 90. This way round, you've got Dmitry in the 81 and Dennis in the 73 kilo category. And then in the under 81 kilo category, you've got Hassan Khalmozaev, and in the 90 kilo categories, identical twin brother Hussein. Hassan and Hussein. Yes, aggravated that right foot injury, hasn't it? Carlos Luge, the Portuguese, just favouring that right foot at the moment.
Winner on mat 1, in blue from Romania, Odivelas.
Luge coming off second best there, picked up another penalty, this time for stepping out of the contest area. Got to focus now with half the contest still to come and concentrate on picking up a score.
In blue from Azerbaijan,
Iatsev just getting the best of this tactical battle at the moment. Well, what was the reason for going there? I mean, he is injured, and Iatsev felt that right away. Yep. Why, that was a nasty whack to the mouth. Head to the mouth, and well, that may have been on the nose, actually. Yeah, nasty clash that was. Just above the eye. The Russian physio is giving some treatment to Iatsev. But the difficult thing there will be to bandage it. Well, first of all, stop the flow of blood, stem that, stop it from bleeding, and then bandage it in a way that not only can he continue to compete, but he can see. You know, if it impairs his vision, that's going to make it very difficult. But it was a nasty clash. Carlos Luge is already back on the mat. Yartsev came off second best, and it's, as I said, he's going to have that strapped up now. It's not a big cut, but you know, a simple plaster isn't going to stay on. You know, once the perspiration is flowing, to stick a plaster on and hope for it to stay is futile. It's not going to happen. So a good deal of strapping has to be applied, or adhesive strapping as well, over the cut, and then they can get back on with it. Luckily for Yartsev, he can see out of that right eye. It's high enough up so that the strapping doesn't cause a problem. Almost turned his opponent with that Ojigari counter there. Oh, 2 penalties picked up by Luge. Yartsev has collected 1. Got 20 odd seconds left to go. I just get the feeling that it's a matter of time. Before Yartsev catches him. Little threat there with the Koichi from Luge, but he really is bent over here, and you can see from the position of Yartsev's hands, they are inside and below Luge, that he's not controlling that, he's not dominating that and pulling Luge down. Luge is bent over and defensive without being controlled in the grips. Now this is different. Yartsev has got the grip up and around the collar and higher, and he can pull Luge down. Nice effort on the right side from Luge with that Ippon Seoinage. Yartsev was up to blocking that. Again, the strong grip from Yartsev, but he uses it quickly to attack on the right side. Now has to defend in near-waza. 44 seconds of golden score gone already. It was a big cheer from the crowd, but it was a crowd throw. I like to refer to those as crowd throws. Only the crowd thought that it was a score. The home crowd, by the way, that is. Good movement from Carlos Luge. He's looking the more dangerous of the two at the moment, certainly the busier. And with that, the likelihood of a second penalty for Yartsev. He's definitely been slowed down after that bump to the head. Yeah, he will pick up a second penalty. Unfortunate that the Portuguese crowd should choose to give the loudest cheer of the day so far for the Judo that was dished out to Yartsev, but it's understandable. Oh, nice big effort here from Yartsev. He just has another gear, I think. And instead of pushing it himself, it looks as though Luge has forced him into changing gear, because he's going to have to. Another nice attack from Luge as Yartsev stepped forward onto that Seoinage effort. No, you can't. The referee gives a shake of the head towards his two contest judges as if to say that I can't penalise him. I've just penalised him for passivity. There's only been one attack since the last time. Here's another strong grip from Yartsev. Oh, nice Ashiwaza attempt, but he puts him on his front, and now Luge has to defend. That's probably the strongest attack. Well, Luge has had the 2 or 3 Seoinage efforts. They've been pretty good, but Yartsev came close to scoring there. 220 odd of golden score. Oh, that was close. Close to a false attack. His hands slipped there. Just as well that they slipped completely. Manages to break that grip up. Still that bandage, which is just beginning to slip below the right eyebrow. Maybe cover a little bit of Yartsev's ability to see properly out of that eye. Unfortunate. A little bit of a foot tap from Luge. Yartsev really needs to stand up here. Oh, beautiful Kosadagari for Ippon from Carlos Luge. Well, that's what the crowd wanted. Yartsev got caught up in that bent over posture. And from that position he got caught. 3 minutes into golden score, 4 penalties were on the board. It looked unattractive as far as the scoreboard was concerned, but to be honest, it was quite not gripping. It was engaging, I suppose. It kept you interested. Well, the thing about that is Yartsev who is a touch fighter, he knows just how good a technique that was. And he ended up on the end of a really nice piece of Ashiwaza. Right, after that bit of excitement, we've got the number 2 seed in the competition taking to the mat now. Jonathan Aladon of France is up against Massimiliano Carolo of Italy. It's Aladon in the white judogi, Carolo in blue. Well, Carlos Luge gave the Portuguese something to cheer about. They haven't had a great deal to cheer about, to be honest. Didn't feature in the medals yesterday. Just a 7th place, 7th place on the opening day. So a bit of hard work to be done today to climb up the medal table. The French ended up on top spot. There were 3 gold medals, and they went to 3 different countries yesterday. France, Japan and Switzerland took gold medals, but the French had 2 silvers and a bronze. So they top the medal table at the moment. Now we've watched the under 81 kilo category exclusively this morning. Well, apart from, I think we had 1 look at the 90 kilo category. It's possible, if my memory serves me right. If not, then we've been watching the under 81 kilo category all morning. It's entirely up to you if you want to watch what's taking place on mat number 1. They'll have had the 90 and under 100 kilo categories, and then we'll probably have maybe the plus 100s here. Probably the best time to do that would be after round 3, and then share the rounds after that. That's just a guess. You can find out by clicking on the EJU link. I'll tell you exactly what's coming up and when. No scorers yet, half the contest gone. Carolo just chasing Aladon a little there. .41 judoka in the under 81 kilo category, 37 in the under 90, and then you've got 25 and 14 in the 100 and plus 100 kilo categories. A little over a minute left to go. Both fighters have been positive, looking for scores. But Carolo really catches Aladon there. And he's in some degree of discomfort after that attack. Just caught him in what is referred to as the lower abdominal region. That's probably the most discreet way of describing where he was caught. I don't think I'll be shaking hands after that one. Inside the last minute, Aladon appears to have shaken off that attack from Carolo. It did look extremely uncomfortable. Well, despite being in some degree of discomfort, Aladon manages to come up with an ippon. He's really struggling though. Ooh. And as if to demonstrate to Carolo how that technique is correctly executed, look at the foot placement here. High up on the thigh, in the inner thigh. That's where you want to be. Aladon will have to go back in the warm-up area and recover. Right, coming up next, Nikita Duinovs of Latvia faces Scott Cusack of Great Britain. It's Duinovs in the white judogi, Cusack in blue. I wonder if Mum and Dad are watching. Maybe Mum or Dad. Yeah, you're going to pick up a penalty there. Just a little bit over-enthusiastic with that. He was lucky. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. You don't get a free pass or anything. There's a certain amount of the area that you can use, and the rest of it is off limits, so a step out.
Winner, match number 1, France,
Right-sided effort from Duinovs, tying up the hands and trapping. Kursaki couldn't get off that one. Has to settle down now. Seen that once. You won't want to get caught with that again. The key here for Cusack is to ensure that, having gone over once with the sleeves, avoid getting trapped there again, because Duinovs looks pretty sharp. And he just thrown in that little look at Kataguruma. Hopefully Cusack will feel that now and knows when that's likely to be unleashed on him. Block those two efforts. Let's see if he can offer up something on the ground now. Duinovs a little bit loose with that last effort there. No, that's not going anywhere. Right, second penalty picked up by Cusack. You could put that down to having had a good look at Duinovs after he gave up the score. Okay, that's been done now. Unfortunately, you got two penalties on the board. Got to get going here. Big learning process for the young man. The referee's already called Mate, so she's definitely seen something. Yeah, I thought it was a different penalty there. It should be no penalty for stepping out, but I thought you could have given him one for avoiding to take a grip. Almost turned there. But I didn't actually see the feet leave the contest area, so I was a little bit surprised for the penalty for stepping out. I thought initially she would have called it for just avoiding to take a grip. Anyway, there's a minute left to go. Got to get going here, Mr. Cusack, because I can see a third penalty brewing. They don't give you a great deal of time. You've got about 15, 20 seconds to come up with an attack. And after that, they're looking at a passivity penalty. Slightly better position now. Duinovs bent over. Well, he went over once to that, and he's managed to step off that there. Felt that one coming. 30-odd seconds left to go. Not quite long enough to wear Duinov's down. It's going to have to be a score. Fancy your chances if you could take it into golden score. Yeah, he's just bailed out of that one, hasn't he, Duinov's? He was already going down to the ground when Cusack was about to launch the attack. 17 seconds left to go, yeah. Blocked with the hand, picked up a penalty. Real pressure needed here now. But a score is absolutely essential. Nothing else will do it. 6 seconds left to go. You may squeeze in one attack. Have to be something special. Not going to happen now. Right. So, a few things to take away from that one. 3 or 4 points. That's what it's about early on. The learning process. Duinovs squeezes past Scott Cusack of Great Britain. It's Duinovs of Latvia who goes into round 3. He'll face the number 2 seed, Jonathan Aladon of France.
Now, match number 2, second round man under 81 kilos category in white from Slovakia, Filip Stancer, and in blue representing Austria, Saif Islam.
Right, we can, and it's round 3 as well, so why not? Let's go down to mat number 3. We're going to pick up the contest. Mat number 1. How many mats have we got? Sorry about that. Mat number 1. Ismail Kamkoyev of Russia faces Loic Pietri of France. It's Kamkoyev in the white judogi, Pietri in blue. I'm not sure if this Kamkoyev is related to Arbi Kamkoyev. Possible. Should ask the Russian team. There's no scorers yet, but Kamkoyev has picked up a single Shido. Well, the stadium is not warm. And someone's standing with the door wide open, so it's become a little bit breezy up here. Fresh. Thought I'd come to Portugal for some sunshine, but hasn't worked out, I'm afraid. Pietri got fingers and a wrist heavily strapped up. Defending here on the ground, and Kamkoyev couldn't find a way through. Second penalty picked up by Kamkoyev. Pietri making things difficult for the Russian. He goes over there on his side, just about worth the Wazari. The referee recognizes and gives the score. Hamaoka Mutsuki is the referee in the middle there, the Japanese referee. So a tall order now for Ismail Kamkoyev. Come back from a Wazari down, 1:19 left on the clock. I thought it looked like a good score. They decided against it. Still a tricky job, however, for Kamkoyev, and the reason for that, he's picked up 2 penalties. Time running out inside the last minute here. See, with a fighter as clever as Loic Pietri, once your opponent has picked up 2 penalties, if you've got a really strong defence, you should know just how to close things down, make it very, very difficult to come up with telling attacks. Of course, you can't attack yourself because you're spending all the time closing your opponent down, but the likelihood is that then both of you will collect Shidos, and he's perfectly happy for that. There's that left-sided Seonagi effort. One more roll of the dice for Kamkoyev, but he's got to come up with something here. The prospect of a 3rd penalty is looming large now. Pietri's not even breathing heavy, you know. Kamkoyev has decided that he's going to tidy his gi up, irrespective of what the referee's telling him. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen, yeah. Just wasn't paying attention. Sorry, did he not have 2 penalties when they went into the golden score period? She's just given a 3rd penalty. Why isn't that? That's Hans Sokumake. My goodness me. I'm not sure if the scoreboard operator saw that, but then you've got 2 contest judges. Why didn't they see it? What's going on down there? Are we the only 2 who've seen this? We're going to have to mark that one and show them a bit. He's going to pick up a 3rd one now anyway. It's not going to really matter. They've had 40 seconds, but what would have happened if he threw him during that time? There'd have been a huge stink, wouldn't there? Just goes to show, even after a day and a half of watching judo, and now he picks up a passivity penalty. Maybe they will register that one. There you go. Red card. Poor fella. How many times has he been picked up in the contest? Oh dear. Right. Okay. I'm not begging for penalties. It's just that if they're given, they should be recorded properly. Referee did her job in, indicating that a penalty was due. It just wasn't recorded, but we shall remember that one. Loic Pietri and Ismail Kamkoyev. I'll make a note of that. Right, coming up next, round 3 of the under 90 kilo category. Jamal Petgrave of Great Britain faces Marco Bubania of Austria. It's Petgrave in the white judogi, Bubania in blue. Yeah, Bubania's quite a talent. This should be an interesting little matchup. Odivelas picked up a Judo. A little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Oh, they cancelled it. I just saw the replay, and they cancelled the penalty. So I wondered what was going on then. So that's sorted out that one. Referring to the penalty that was dished out to Ismail Kamkoyev in his contest with Loic Pietri right at the end. They were going to give a penalty for just untying his gi, but they cancelled it, and I didn't see the cancellation. Okay. Wasn't the strongest efforts left-sided, and now Petgrave picked up a penalty for what was classed as a false attack. But Babania, well, they must have cancelled that one. That's the only thing I can see. She dished out the penalty, but they cancelled that one, and it was Babania picked up a penalty for passivity. That was a stronger effort, left-sided from Petgrave. You take your eye off the action for a second, and you miss something. So before you give your opinion on something, well, the penalty has to be for the drop earlier on to Petgrave. I think that's where the confusion is. Just hang on, wait for it. Don't worry about it. Take your time. They'll let you know what it is. It's out of her hands now, as far as the referee is concerned, because the decision is being made by the commission. So just hang on and wait until they tell you what it is that they've decided, and then you just carry that out. Oh, one-sided grip. Okay. Not been the best day for the Austrians, I'm afraid. Third penalty. Talking to Dennis Stewart about it. He's happy to take the win for his man as he goes into the quarter-final. Mohab El Nahas of Canada versus Syed Emi Shambekov of Russia. It's El Nahas in the white judogi, Shambekov in blue. Let's see how we get on with El Nahas and Shambekov.
from Ukraine, Grachik Abadian.
Jambekov looking to go over on the right side with that Yoko Sutemiwaza, but that didn't come off. Just slightly close in as far as the camera work is concerned, so we lose the top half, or we lose the heads when we're that close in. Doesn't really matter, but always just like to be that little bit further out. False attack from Al Nahas. He's got a brother, Mohab Al Nahas. It's Shadi. Haven't seen him. We may see him in Paris or Dusseldorf, I suppose. Wasn't a bad little effort from El Nahas, attempting to put the shimiwaza on Jambekov. Russian managed to escape from that. Minute and a half left to go. That's now Jambekov has got a cut lip, so he's going to have to leave the tatami. Shouldn't take too long before we're back underway. It's the second Russian that we've seen having to leave the tatami for a blood injury. We saw that bump to the head that Dmitry Yatsev took in the under 81 kilo category. He then had to have that strapped up before he came back, and then eventually lost out to Carlos Luge of Portugal. Anyway, Jambekov has made his way back to the tatami, and we're ready to get underway with a minute and 15 seconds left to go. Not quite sure what it is that they're having a look at, but could have looked at that when Jambekov was having the injury attended to, or whatever it was. It's not going to delay us any further. We're back underway now. Yeah, unfortunate. That's the risk you take. Jambekov actually hasn't taken advantage of that. 6-7 seconds on the clock. That could have ended it at this stage, really, if he'd managed to get Wazari, but it didn't work out for the Russian, and Al Nahas lives to fight another day. Ochigari left-sided from Al Nahas. Jambekov almost stepped off that. I think it's reasonable little threat, Al Nahas, with the near-waza. Maybe he's not quite as sharp at this level as he'd like to be, but he's threatened on a few occasions as Al Nahas on the ground, and is giving every indication that he fancies himself as a bit of a near-waza technician. Jambekov, for the time being, has been able to deal with it. I'm not so sure about that. Well, definitely not for Jambekov, sorry. Oh dear. Golden score. It is then. Jambekov almost got handed that. Yeah, you almost got handed that score. Luckily, they overturned that one. And now Elna House picks up a penalty for a false attack. It's not a bad little fighter. Mohab Elna House. Some nice moves. Jambekov threatening there with the pickup. Didn't quite come off. Nicely balanced, this one. Elna House has got a good chance there if he can just avoid getting caught. Oh dear, the kiss of death, unfortunately. Yeah, shake of the head from Elna House. Just didn't have enough to hold Jambekov off. Because I don't think Jambekov had a great deal left in the tank either. However, it was who could hang in there for the longest, and it was Jambekov who managed, after almost a minute of golden score, to come up with the Wazari. That puts him into the quarterfinal. Good battle. Good battle, though.
Winner match 1, improved from Russia, Saidin Jambekov.
Next contest for match number 2, second round man under 81 kilos category. In white representing Azerbaijan, Arash Agayev. And in blue representing Japan, Hikaru Tomokiko.
On mat number 1 now, round 3 of the under 90 kilo category. Timuraz Khachidze of Georgia faces Dmitry Bereshny of Ukraine. It's Khachidze in the white judogi, Bereshny in blue. Good old-fashioned Eastern Bloc matchup here, Ukraine and Georgia going head-to-head.
On match 1, we have the fight between Timuraz Khachidze from Georgia and Dmitry Berezhny from Ukraine.
Khachidze picked up a penalty there. First minute out of the way. It's not a bad effort from the Georgian. Little Tanio Toshi around the back, left-sided, just threatening Berezhny for a moment, bringing him down, but the Ukrainian turning cleverly onto his front to avoid getting scored on. So no score there. And Berezhny turning the tables and coming up with the score on Khakidze. Dmitro Berezhny through to the quarter-final in the under 90 kilo category. Up next on mat number 1, Maximilian Hageneder of Austria. He faces Harry of Great Britain. Hageneder in the white judogi, Lovell Hewitt in blue.
Winner on mat number 2, representing Japan, Hikaru Tomokiyo. Next contest from number 2, second round man under 81 kilos category, in white representing Argentina, Tomás Morales, and in blue representing Spain, Javier Gallego Perez Odivelas.
Hageneder's got to be one of the tallest fighters in the weight category. Sorry, Lovell Hewitt, beg your pardon. Good height for 90 kilos, really tall. Could prove very awkward. One of 3 fighters from Great Britain in the under 90 kilo category. Max Stewart was the number 1 seed. Jamal Petgrave is the number 2 seed. Harry Lovell Hewitt down right at the bottom of the draw, looking for a place in the quarter-final. Hageneder picks up a penalty. Minute 20 odd left to go. Just a single Shido against Hageneder at the moment. sizing up that right leg is Lovell Hewitt. Wants to go over there, but it's Hageneder who attacks first. He picks up a little bit of a tap on the foot from Lovell Hewitt on the way out. Just wants to be a little bit higher up, does Lovell Hewitt. Looks so much better when he's that little bit more upright and gives him that look of dominance. A tall fighter anyway, so it doesn't take a great deal for him to look dominant over his opponents. It just puts it possibly in the mind of the referee that he's the more active, and as a result of that, they're less likely of the two to pick up a penalty. Well, there you go. He just was that little bit too bent over for a while, and that's what the referee saw, and as a result of that, he dished out that penalty. A couple of seconds left to go. A penalty apiece. It's golden score then. Quite sure what it is they're looking at. Been a couple of occasions when the contests have been, slightly held up. Yeah, well, they decided to give Mr. Lovell Hewitt Rosari. Okay, he's happy with that. Really has not been a good day for Austria, unfortunately. But Lovell Hewitt is into the quarter-final. Good for him. Right, we've got a round 2 contest in the under 100 kilo category coming up next. I haven't seen any of the under 100 kilo category yet today, so why not have a look at that. It is Cedric Olivar of France. He faces Alexandre Teodosio of Portugal. Olivar in the white judogi, Teodosio in blue. Meanwhile, down on mat number 2 in the under 81 kilo category, we've got Kenny Komi Bedel of Italy. He's up against Dmitry Rybin of Russia. Rybin it was who defeated Manuel Rodriguez of Portugal in round 1. Teodosio was initially given a penalty, but that was taken away. Not quite enough for a score. Oh, arm lock on though, however. Oh, lucky to turn out of that, Teodosio. Ooh, that was close. Olivar missed the chance. You get that arm out like that, Need to wrap that up tightly. Theodosio lives to fight another day. Oh, interesting effort. A modified attempt at Kataguruma there, but never materialized. Coming up to 20-1 here in Odivelas. Theodosio just looking to see if he'd cut his lip, but that's not the case, so we continue. Well, this is definitely Theodosio's go-to technique, isn't it? He's come closer. He came closer on that second effort. He may give it another go. Why not? Ojigari, right-sided, has Oliver defending strongly. Oddly enough, it's Theodosio who's picked up the penalty, but the likelihood is that Oliver is going to join him now, because really the Portuguese has done most of the work. This is a good sign for Theodosio. He's been very busy, and Oliver is now backpedaling here. There's a good chance for the Portuguese to do something. Got to go now that that arm is over on that side. Moved it again. Go again now. This would have been a good time to attack. Catch Oliver off balance. Into the last minute here. Penalty apiece. Theodosio pressing. And now Oliver picked up the penalty for that overly defensive grip. Nothing wrong with taking a strong grip or a dominant grip, but you have to use it. Can't use it negatively. Oh, almost. Well, that was by accident, I think. And now the Osai Community's lost that. Yeah, the second part of that was by accident. Half a minute left to go. Yep, that was good. Just doesn't have the power to hold off Oliver. Seen that a few times today, where there just isn't sufficient strength left at the back end of the contest to defend against an attack. And once you give up a score with 8 seconds left, well, it's not going anywhere. Cedric Oliver of France goes into the quarter-final. Yeah, good battle. It kept us interested for a while. But it's the Frenchman who puts out Alexandra Theodosio.
On mat 1, second round under 100 kilograms, in 1 from Germany, Philippe Galandi, and in 2 from Italy, Luca Ardizio.
Winner on mat 2, representing Italy, Kenny Comi Bedell. Next contest on 32, third round mat number 81 kilos category. In white, representing Great Britain, Stuart McQuarrie. And in blue, representing Spain, William Molina Genet.
Right. Let's see if we can go down to mat number 3. The reason for that is we've got a more advanced stage of the competition. It's round 3 of the under 81 kilo category. If you want to watch, continue watching Philip Galandi and Luca Ardizio, just click on one and you'll get that. But we're going to go down to mat number 2 to have a look and see what's happening in the under 81 kilo category. Round 3 of the under 81 kilo category. Yeah, we joined the contest with 45 seconds gone. McWatt just gets on the scoreboard. I'm not sure if we can see the replay of that one. Maybe we joined it just a little bit too late, but he just picked up Wazari and he leads with a little over 3 minutes left to go against William Molina of Spain. It's McWatt in the white judogi, Molina in blue. Yeah, he's looking good, isn't he? What, slightly soft Wazari, but it was controlled and on his back anyway. Didn't have the force and power that one might like to see, but it was enough. Molina must be learning his craft because he's managed to leave the tatami without either bowing to McWatt or bowing off the tatami. Oh well. He may have been shell-shocked. We'll put it down to shell shock. McWatt, however, goes into the first of the quarterfinals. Andrea Regis of Italy is on the mat now. The second of the round 3 contests in the under 81 kilo category. Jose Maria Mendiola of Spain is his opponent. It's Mendiola in the white judogi, Regis in blue. Regis has always been pretty good at looking busy. Not necessarily coming up with, you know, the biggest scores. I bet if I had a look at his record, I'd find that he goes the distance quite often. That's what I'd have thought. Appears to be that kind of fighter.
Winner, match 1, Luca Ardizio, Italy. On match 1, second round under 100 kilograms, in white, from Switzerland, Odivelas. And in blue, from Romania, Odivelas.
Miss there with that effort. Slightly tied up with the end of Mendiola's attack. So it really wasn't the best position from which Regis could launch an attack. Never mind. He tried. A little over a minute left to go. Still the single Shido against Regis as he comes under attack there. First of all with Ojigari from Mendiola, and then the Spaniard thinking about the Sumigeshi. But it's a difficult one to bring off because your opponent is moving backwards, and then you want to bring him over your shoulder. That's not easy. It's in the opposite direction. He just sat him on his backside there. That attempted Sutemi Waza from Regis.
Match 2, golden score.
Well, he's giving it a go, isn't he, Gregory Pryor? So, from time to time, that kind of stuff is going to happen. Right, it's the plus 100 kilo category that we're looking at. And coming on to the mat now, Irinel Chelaru. Irinel Chelaru of Spain faces Fedir Panko of Ukraine. It's Chelaru in the white judogi, Panko in blue. And my apologies for those of you who lost audio. I don't know quite what that was or why that was, but let's hope that you've got it back now. Some of you may be delighted to have lost audio. I get all kinds of emails here, including ones that say, you know, you are, well, some of the language used I can't repeat, but thanks for those emails, and thanks for the ones that say, you know, good job. So I'll take them all. Minute gone, no score as yet. Chelaru and Panko, I haven't seen. Panko I've seen before, the Ukrainian. The Spaniard is new to me. I hope the loss of audio hasn't spoilt your enjoyment of today's judo. We've got a couple of hours left to go, even if you include the final block as well, which, if I'm not mistaken, is at 3:30. Yesterday I told you it was at 4 o'clock. That was my mistake. I think it's at 3:30. Means a nice early finish for the fighters as well. I dare say some of them, if they leave really early. Yeah, 3:30. Look at that. Just as I mention it, someone brings over a sheet that confirms it. The final block is at 3:30. We'll have, and the good thing about this is that the bronze medal matches are held at the same time. I mean, that's for those of you that want to rush off and get home and you don't really mind which of the bronze medal matches you watch. But if you want to watch all of them, then you'd like to have them back to back. Two penalties picked up by Panko and just one by Chelaru, but this has not been one to write home about, I'm afraid. Well, just at the death there, Panko able to come up with a score. Save us from going into the golden score period. Beginning to look a bit of a tricky one to watch, that. It's all over now, and we've got the next of the contest in the plus 100 kilo category. Still round one. Eric Abramov of Germany. Sorry, Ivan Kovic of Croatia. Ivan Kovic of Croatia faces Alen Sukhov-Rebov of Russia. Kovic in the white judogi, Sukhov-Rebov in blue. It's the second Russian heavyweight. We saw Brashev a moment ago. Now Sukhov. Sukhov-Rebov. See how he gets on. And it's Sukhov-Rebov who leads with, well, just a minute gone. Still the single Wazari for Sukhov-Rebov. Minute and 20 odd left to go. Beginning to breathe heavily, the Russian here. Just had a word with the Russian team doctor to ask her about the pronunciation of that name, Tsovrebov. Even she was having trouble with it. Maybe from the one of the southern republics. That's nice Uchimata though. Lovely, well done. Maybe I'll just go and ask him. Seeing as even the Russian team doctor is struggling with it. Just call him Alan. Far easier, isn't it? Big Owl. Look at that. Nice finish. He was losing power pretty quickly. Tsovrebov, that's what we go for. Anyway, he's through to the next round, which is quarterfinal stage.
Winner, Matthew Alan Scott Level from Russia. Próximo combate, peito 2, mais 100 quilos, de branco.
Right, coming up next, Eric Abramov of Germany faces Vasco Rompau of Portugal. Abramov in the white judogi, Rompau in blue. First time that I'm seeing Vasco Rompau. Let's see how the big fella from Portugal gets on here. Well, we've got the first of the quarterfinals beginning down on mat number 1. Let's go down to mat number 1 and see what's happening with Tomas Briceno and Matej Hajas. Briceno of Chile in the white judogi, Hajas of Slovakia in blue. First of the quarterfinals in the under 100 kilo category.
Winner, mat 2 from Germany, Eric Abramov. Next contest on Tatami 2, first round man, plus 100 kilograms, Kazuya Sato from Japan. from France.
Winner on net 1 in blue from Slovakia, Matej Hayas. Winner in blue from France, Benoit Poland. Julian Kemarek didn't fight due to injury.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. We're looking forward to seeing Julian Kemarek, useful French fighter. Picked up an injury in a previous contest, so unfortunately we don't get to see him.
In white from Russia, Said Zambekov. In blue.
Right, we're going to go back down to mat number 2 now, because this is a repechage contest. Let's go down to mat number 2, because we've got the first of the quarterfinals in the under 81 kilo category coming up next. Stuart McWatt of Great Britain faces Andrea Regis of Great Britain. It'll be McWatt in the white judogi, Regis in blue. Chance to work on the shimiwaza. Regis says that it's across the chin. Well, as you can see, it is there, but he's not attempting to put that on. Turned his opponent over, but once he realized that the shimiwaza wasn't there, he was pretty quickly out of it, was McWatt. Couldn't get past the right leg. A few things going on there at the end, just trying to get past the right leg. McWatt on the board with that Wazari score. This is the best thing for McWatt, to have Regis coming towards him slightly more open than Regis would normally be. He's really strong when it comes to the tactical battle. But being Wazari down, he's got to change his tactics here a little bit and be that little bit more open. Minute and a half left to go. Just stay penalty free. McWatt managed to avoid the Ojigari. Went on to his front. Minute left to go, just a little over a minute. And Regis, you can see, different from the previous contests, much more attacking in this one, much more open. And as I say, that really is the best way to have Regis, because he's got quite a strong defence. So you want him concentrating on attack rather than looking at the strong part of his game, which is his defence and the tactical side of things. Again, a chance to work for the Shimiwaza, but Regis defended the last one well, and he defends this one in the same fashion. 12 seconds left to go. McWatt in no hurry to get back to his start position, is he? And bent over, arms stretched out, and pick up a penalty here. Yeah. May pick up a second in the last few seconds. Really isn't going to matter. And he does. Yeah, it's not always attractive when it ends that way, but you know, no one's gonna complain. It goes in the book as a win. Stuart McWatt did a nice job there.
On mat one, first semi-final of the category.
But we will see Regis again. He'll be in the repechage contest. It's McWatt who goes in to the semi-final.
Winner of mat 2 and moving for the semi-finals, Stuart McWatt. Next contest.
Right, who've we got coming up next then? Igor Herrero of Spain faces Nicolas Chillard of France. It's Herrero in the white judogi, Chillard in blue. So Shillard with the Wazari, but in trouble here on the ground. Calls the Osai Komi now. And just managing to get that right sleeve pulled out there. Shillard was in some danger for a moment there. Tominagi right-sided from Herrero. Shillard manages to block that.
Winner on net one, Judo from France, he will fight for the gold medal at the final.
Shillard still leads here with half a minute left to go.
On net one, second semi-final under 90
And there's a second score for Shillard. Now there's a semi-final starting down on mat number 1. So we're going to go down to mat number 1 to take a look at the first of the semi-finals in the under 90 kilo category. Jamal Petgrave of Great Britain faces Harry Lovell-Hewitt of Great Britain. They go head to head. No coaches, or no coach in the chair for either of them. It'll be Petgrave in the white judogi, Lovell-Hewitt in blue. We've just missed the first half a minute and there is no score as yet. Petgrave picked up the penalty for the false attack there. Nice to see how both fighters approach this. Petgrave I've seen a little bit more of than Lovell Hewitt. And seen both of these fighters a couple of times today. And Petgrave doesn't look as though he's changed anything about his style or his approach. And nor does Lovell Hewitt. No doubt they've been on with each other any number of times. Second penalty picked up by Petgrave. Minute left to go here in this semi-final.
Winner on mat 2 and moving for the semi-finals, Jonathan Alabon.
Petgrave has got to come up with a score here. Just beginning to look as though he's running out of steam. Almost got turned there. I think it looks as though Petgrave is about to pick up a third penalty, I'm afraid. Could be that they know each other well, or it could just be that that was as much as Jamal had to offer up today in this particular contest anyway. Nope, we're going to have a bit more. It's not over yet. Lovell Hewitt looking to keep Petgrave in Newaza, but time had expired, so we're into the golden score period.
Winner on mat 2 from Japan, Hikaru Tomokiyo. over 100 kilograms. In white from Chile, Francisco Solis. In blue from France, Nino Carrier.
Now it's Lovell Hewitt who picks up a second penalty. Almost got turned there. Petgrave was the one who attacked first, but Lovell Hewitt felt that and almost turned his opponent. Minute of golden score gone. Koso Dogaki attempt from Lovell Hewitt, and Uchimata in response from Petgrave, and again Lovell Hewitt looking as though he's the one who wants to get involved on the ground, but they just get their legs tangled up. There's no chance of anything coming from that exchange. We've had a little over a minute of golden score. Thought about the Makikomi, maybe Uchimata. Makikomi on the way over, but that was blocked by Petgrave. Yeah, tough battle this one. Better to sort it out between the pair of them rather than the penalty. The only problem with this is whomsoever makes it to the final is going to be spent energy-wise. Oh. Oh, close. Well, Petgrave couldn't throw with Uchimata, and Lovell Hewitt couldn't come up with the tip. A little over 2 minutes of golden score gone. Really difficult to say which way this is going to end up. Yeah, I missed with that. And it looks as though that last effort there by Jamal Petgrave was adjudged to have been a false attack, and it looks as though he's going to pick up a penalty for a false attack. Yeah. Yeah, Lovell Hewitt can't believe his luck. He picks up the win. They both knackered themselves out in the English vernacular. Two makes his way into the final. Petgrave will be up for the bronze medal. contest. We've got a repechage contest coming up next. I'm not sure if Mr. Krvavec can move us down to mat number 2, if at all possible. We've lost Brown Akosh somewhere. So we're going to go down to mat number 2 because there's a quarter-final taking place down there in the plus 100 kilo category between Francisco Solis of Chile. He's up against Renaud Carrière of France. It's Solis in the white judogi, Carrière in blue. We join the contest with a little under a minute left to go. Solis has picked up 2 penalties and they're just tidying up their gis. I'm rather hopeful that Solis hasn't picked up a third, but as we're only just joining the contest, I can't tell you what was going on before. So we're just waiting for that one to... We've got 2 repechage contests up on mat number 1 anyway, so I wouldn't worry about that. We've still got quarterfinals here, so this is the best place for us to be once Renaud Carrière has tidied himself up. Oh, yeah, third penalty. Hey, where are you going?
Winner on mat 2 from France, Renaud Carrière.
He just walked off the mat there.
Next contest on Tatami 2 quarterfinal men's over 100 kilograms. In white from Russia, Anton Brachev. In blue from Ukraine, Fedor Pankov.
Right, a quarter-final in the plus 100 kilo category. Anton Brachev of Russia faces Fedor Pankov of Ukraine. It's Brachev in the white judogi, Pankov in blue.
Winner on mat 1 in blue from Italy, Luca Ardizio. On mat 1, repechage under 100 kilograms, in white from Japan, Ito Yoshinobu. In blue from Chile, Tomas Briceno.
Pankov picked up the penalty there. So did Brachev. So that sort of evens things up, doesn't it? No scorers yet, just the penalty apiece. The second penalty picked up by Panko. Not the best looking contest, is it? Oh well, once in a while you're going to get one that's a bit of a dud. Minute 20 odd left to go.
Winner, Matt One from Japan in white judo, Itu Yoshinobu. He will fight for the bronze medal in the final bout.
It's not a bad effort from Panko. Strong left Osodakari effort.
In white from France, Cedric Odivelas. And in blue from Romania, Odivelas.
Well, if you want to continue watching the contest between Anton Brachev and Fedor Panko, just click on 2 and you'll get that. But Mario's going to take us down to mat number 1 because we've got a couple of semi-finals coming up there. One, in fact, has just got underway. Cedric Oliver of France faces Ionut Vazian of Romania. It's Oliver in the white judogi, Vazian blue. With only half a minute gone. There's no score as yet. It's Oliver in the white judogi, Vazian in blue. Just as we've gone down to mat number 1, Brachev then throws Panko for Ippon with 27 seconds left to go. Unfortunately, we couldn't hang around for that.
Winner on mat 2 from Russia, Anton Brachev.
So, Brachev it is.
Next contest on Tatami 2,
who makes his way into the first of the semi-finals. He'll face Renaud Carrier of France. Ooh.
Winner of mat 2, Russia, he will be in the semifinals. Next contest on mat number 2, quarterfinals, men over 1 in white from Germany, Eric Abramov.
Oliver leading here by Wazari. take my eye off Oliver and Vassian for a moment. It was Nabil Salah of France and Alan Sovrebov battling away on mat 2. This one's finished now down here. We've got a second semi-final coming up.
Winner of mat 1, in blue from France, Sylvie Kolivak.
Yeah, it's Merab Margiev of Russia. He faces Matej Hajash of Slovakia. Margiev in the white judogi, Hajash in blue.
Semi-final of the category under 100 kilograms. In white from Russia, Merab Margiev. In blue from Slovakia, Matej Hajash.
Winner on tatami 2 and going to the semifinals, Kazuya Sato, Japan. Now, tatami 2 will have a 10 minutes break before semifinals and repechage fights.
Hajash picked up a single Shido there. So both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. We've got a little over half the contest still to come. There's a second penalty now being dished out to Hajash just for ducking underneath there. Unfortunate for the Slovak player. Just walked off the mat, hasn't he? Coach is really upset with that. And he should have just blundered off the mat there. Oh, well, that can happen as well from time to time, as it has just there. Given up a place in the final, however, and gifted that to Merab Margiev of Russia.
Winner on mat 1, in white from Russia, Merab Margiev. He will fight for gold medal at the
Right, what have we got coming up next? It's all repechage contests now. Down on mat number 1, it was previously on mat number 2, but down on mat number 1, we've now got a repechage contest in the under 81 kilo category. Andrea Regis of Italy faces Igor Herrero of Spain. It's Regis in the white judogi, Herrero in blue. I can't see that Herrero has made an appearance, so Regis is going to get a bit of a free pass here, if you like. Got a wry smile on his face. 10 or 12 different bows to a non-opponent, and off he goes. Easiest fight of the day that was for Andrea Regis. Well, the second of the repechage contests in the under 81 kilo category is coming up now. It features Filip Stancel of Slovakia. He's up against Javier Gallego of Spain. It's Stancel in the white judogi, Gallego in blue. Well, look at the speed with which these things are racing along here. There was no fight for Regis. That one finished in 6 seconds. Stancel and Gallego. Stancel through to the bronze medal match.
From Slovakia, he will fight for the bronze medal at the final walk.
And now we come to the first of the semi-finals in the under 81 kilo category. Stuart McWatt of Great Britain faces Nicolas Chillard of France. It's McWatt in the white judogi, Chillard in blue.
In white from Great Britain, Stuart McWatt. In blue from France, Nicolas Chillard.
No scorers yet, just a single Shido picked up by McWatt. He's persisted with that effort. Been blocked a couple of times now by Chillard. I think he can sense that that's on the way. Need to try and catch him with something else. So poor an effort was it? They thought it was a false attack. Rather harsh, I think. Minute 25 left to go. No, onto his front, so no score there.
Next contest on Tatami 2, repechage fighting over 100 kilograms. In white, from Chile, Francisco Solich. In blue, representing Ukraine, Fedin Panko.
Well, a third penalty picked up there by Stuart McWatt. Puts Shillard, Nicolas Shillard of France, into the final.
You will fight for the gold medal at the final pot. For Met 1, second semi-final, under 81 kilos. In white from France, Jonathan Alonso. In blue from Japan.
The second semi-final in the under 81 kilo category. Jonathan Aladon of France faces Tomokiyo Hikaru of Japan. It's Aladon in the white judogi, Tomokiyo in blue. I haven't seen Tomokiyo today. Looked across a few times when he's been throwing various people, but he's really been in the wars, has Aladon. He had bruised lower abdomen, put it that way, earlier on. Really caused him some pain, and now he's got a bruised shin. It is, however, a contact sport. That's going to happen. Nice work there from Aladon, just threatening and making Tomokiyo defend on the ground.
On men 2 in white judo, we have the Pan American Junior Champion of over 100 kilograms. Winner on mat 2 from Ukraine, Fedin Panko. He will fight for the bronze medal at the final board. Next contest on Tatami 2, repechage fight over 100 kilograms. In white from France, Nabil Zalal. In blue representing Germany, Eric Abramov.
Little Koshigari from Aladon. Not really a serious effort. Just a little stab there and trying to spin him onto that left foot for the Ashiwaza. Yeah, I think that's not necessarily a bad plan for Aladon to try and engage Tomokiyo in a bit of groundwork, see what his Newas is like. Oh, the second penalty picked up by Aladon. Didn't really have the feel of a second penalty about it anyway. I hadn't been paying as much attention as I should have. Just hasn't had a chance to really work Tomokiyo on the ground. Fighters have picked up 2 penalties. None of them can afford a single error. Golden score is going to be needed to sort this pair out.
Winner on mat 2 from France, Odivelas. Next contest on tatami 2, semi-final, men over 100 kilograms. In white from France, in blue from Russia, Anton Brashev.
We've had a minute of golden score. Aladon giving a good account of himself here, actually. Looked as though the timing of the attack there was just off from Aladon, and just as he moved, so too was Tomokiyo. Nice strong Ippon Seoinage onto his front. Just a moment when it looked as though Aladon could counter Tomokiyo, but he was quick to change direction. And then it was Aladon who ended up defending against an attack. Good contest, this one. Just need to give a little bit of room because both fighters are positive and attacking. just want to give a little bit of time when they're that keen. Give Aladon a chance to come back with something. He tries the Yokosutemi Waza almost. It's a reasonable effort. He just has Tomokiyo defending there. Very close one, this one. Aladon looks as though he's blowing the heavier of the two. We've had three minutes odd of golden score so far. Little Ashiwaza from Tomokiyo. Now an Uchimata, and was there enough there on the side? That was close. Well, they've got the benefit of the replay there. They may be able to have a look and do the freeze frame to see whether there was a landing on the scoring part of the body.
Winner on match 2 from Russia, Anton Brashev. He will fight at the final vote for the gold medal.
And they decided, yep, there was just enough for Tomokiyo to claim a score, and he goes into the final. He'll face his teammate, Nicholas Shillard. Beg your pardon, what am I talking about? Tomokiyo of Japan goes into the final. He'll face Nicholas Shillard of France, whilst Aladon goes down into the repechage to face Andreo Regis. Right, we've got the last of the contests down now on mat number 2. This is the semi-final in the plus 100 kilo category. See exactly who it is. Right, sorry about that. In the plus 100 kilo category, second of the semi-finals, Alan. I had a word with the Russian physio, and even she was struggling with the name. Sovrebov, Alan Sovrebov. There's a little kind of sound in there at the beginning, but even she was struggling. Alan Sovrebov of Russia faces Sato Kazuya of Japan. Sovrebov in the white judogi, Sato in blue. This for a place in the final.
Informamos que após a realização do combate que está realizado no capítulo 2, iremos ter uma demonstração com o grupo de danças e cantares do casal do Rato.
Nice ojigari effort there from Sato. Just had Big Al hopping backwards. I'm just going to call him Big Al, you know. His fingernail, look. I'm not going to make fun of him, you know. I mean, there's been a few people with cut heads and real serious bashes, and there's Sato, one of the biggest guys in a competition. He's his fingernail. Can you imagine what I'd be like as a coach? I'd be dreadful, wouldn't I? You did what? You hurt your finger? Get back on the mat. What's wrong with you? And here he comes. The last contest before we get ready for the final block. 3:30. It will be the final block. So won't be that long. He picks up a Judo. What was that for then? I couldn't see. Right, okay, it was a slightly unusual end to the contest. I don't know why it ended so abruptly. We'll come back to that at some stage. In any case, that is the end of all the judo that we've got for you in the first part of the day. We'll be back in 25 minutes. But just before we go, I'll let you know at least who we're going to see in the final lineup. Right, Nicolas Chillard of France will face Tomokiyo Hikaru of Japan. That's the final of the under 81 kilo category. The under 90 kilo category, Loic Pietri of France faces Harry Lovell-Hewitt of Great Britain. The under 100 kilo category, Cedric Olivar of France will go up against the Russian Merab Margiev in the under 100 kilo category, and the plus 100 kilo category. You just saw the last semi-final there. It'll be Anton Brashev of Russia to face Satu Kazuya of Japan. We'll be back in about 25 minutes from now. Time for you to grab yourself a cup of tea or whatever it is that you use to refresh yourself in this 25 minutes. But from Mario Kovavets and Brown Akosh and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
I am Lukas Krpalek and I will fight in Ipongir.
Well, welcome back to the final block on the second day of competition at the European Open for European Judo Open for men in Odivelas. Thanks very much for taking the time to come back to join us for all the medal matches. I say all the medal matches, but normally that means you get to see all of them. But we've got 2 mats and 2 bronze medal matches going side by side. So unless you're really clever, like Richard Britton, who's got 2 screens up, then, or he tells me he has anyway, you're going to miss out. Choose whichever one of the mats you want to watch. Down on mat number 1, Andrea Regis of Italy faces Jonathan Aladin of France. Here on mat number 2, we're going to see the contest between Filip Stancel of Slovakia. He's up against Stuart McWatt of Great Britain. It'll be Stancel in the white judogi, McWatt in blue. And you may ask, why is it that I've picked to commentate on mat 2? Well, all the gold medal matches are going to be on mat 2, so it's easier for me to stay here. In addition to that, with this first contest, McWatt was the number 1 seed coming into the competition, so that's why I've gone for that. There was the suspicion there by a few people around me that that was a direct bear hug. Just have to see whether something else comes of that when they stand up. I think that was just no score, because had it been a direct bear hug, then he would have picked up a Shido. So I think what they did was cancel the Wazari, not because it was direct, but because the landing wasn't correct. By the way, Jonathan Aladin has won his contest down on mat number 1, defeating Andrea Regis in fairly quick time, unfortunately, for the Italians. So that one is done. Here on mat number 2, no score as yet. Well, there is now. What just came up with Wazari. Yes, nice one. Just had Stancel going back there, all his weight going back onto his heels. Gonna have to work hard to get out of this one. Yes, good man, top man. I just had the feeling that he wasn't going to hold him for some reason. Well, McWatt dodged one bullet. Dennis Stewart in the background saying, "You watch yourself now, pal." He dodged that bullet, didn't he? Because the outside coming was on him for 7 seconds. So, McWatt still with the lead here. Half the contest still to come. Good pressure on the edge there, yeah. Without pushing. Just putting on the edge, and Stancel not able to find a way back in. That's the way to get back in. Nice effort there from Stancel, but a little bit too much jacket available to him, and he didn't have enough purchase on the body. And now McWatt picks up a penalty for passivity with a little over a minute and a half left to go. Don't want to get grappled here. That's the style that Stancel is giving up at the moment. Just needs to settle down a little bit, bring him towards the middle as well. I'll be going off to the edge and backing yourself up. Here's a chance now. Take advantage of this. The initial movement just to open Stancel up a little bit. No, not going to happen now. Well, I thought maybe he would call the mate, but Stancil seems perfectly happy there, and McWatt not really doing a great deal at this point. So the referee calls mate, but if you take a look at the scoreboard, 55 seconds left to go now. McWatt seems perfectly happy to go off and have a little bit of treatment to the mouth, but I just feel that he didn't need that break. Stancil needed the break because he's Wazari down inside the last minute, and he just has a chance to gather himself here. Coach can shout a few instructions to him, whereas Dennis Stewart's a long way away and can't really get a word to him, and it's up to McWatt now as he steps back onto the mat just to gather himself and prepare for what will undoubtedly be another onslaught from the grappling style Filip Stancil of Slovakia. Straight into it as well, lucky not to get turned. Went the right way there, did McWatt. Just trying to stretch him out there. Didn't have as much of the arm as he wanted. 39 seconds left to go. Yep, let's have some movement, said Stewart. Dennis Stewart, that was, calling for the movement. Better grip there from McWatt. Really slowed Stancil down. Took about 10 seconds off the clock. Now looking a little bit untidy from the Slovakian player as he desperately searches for a stronger grip. Could be that McWatt will get penalised for a bent over posture. Yeah, overly defensive with 13 seconds left to go. That is it now. Got to get both hands on, head up. One big attack here from McWatt would do it. Stay off the edge. That'll do it. He's fought hard for that bronze medal. So they're worth a lot more than the few points that he's going to pick up for a bronze at a European Open. He did come in here as the #1 seed, but he showed some really nice things on the way to that medal. A good effort from Filip Stancil of Slovakia, but it's Stuart McWatt who takes the second of the bronze medals in the under 81 kilo category. The first of the bronze medals went to Jonathan Aladon of France. That was a really tough day. Hard day at the office. You know, when you think of going to a Grand Prix and that, you know, how much many more points you're going to get. And this was, you know, really hard work. But I suppose all the preparatory work should put you in a good position for a Grand Prix, and hopefully he can step up and get Grand Prix medals in the future. Dennis Stewart has got to hang around for a little bit, but probably off the competition floor, because we've got the final of the under 81 kilo category coming up now. Nicolas Chillard of France faces Tomokiyo Hikaru of Japan. It'll be Chillard in the white judogi, Tomokiyo in blue. The referee in the middle for this one is Vasily Smolin Jr. of Russia. Well, Tomokiyo has already dealt with one of the French fighters, Jonathan Aladon, in the semi-final. Saw him off on the way to this final. Two Spaniards as well. He downed them. Luckily for him, he had a bye in the first round, or else it would have been. This would have been his 6th contest. As it is, it's his 5th. So another long, hard day for Tomokiyo. Yeah, once Tomokiyo gets his grip on, he's ready to go. I thought Jonathan Allardon gave him a good battle. And maybe even Allardon was slightly under the weather. He picked up a couple of injuries during the day. As long as Shillard's in good condition, it could be a good contest. Lost contact with the hands, was thinking about the right Tayatoshi. Nice effort. He's got good speed, has Shillard. Gets himself into a good position. Yeah, that was the shape there. Looking to come forward with the senagi and then taking his opponent back with the koichigaki. Good effort. That is harsh, that was really harsh. I just thought that there was enough there in that attack from Shillard to have Tomohiko defending, but obviously the referee thought otherwise and gave a false attack. Single Shido picked up by Shillard then. Well, they've set the bar, if that's the right way of putting it. Now you know just how strong an attack you've got to put in. That's also fair, isn't it? Tomokiyo just sitting back a little bit after Shillard picked up that penalty. That was the time for him to press home, but he just sat back a little bit, and after 2, maybe 3 attacks from Shillard, he picked up the penalty quite rightly as well. Just can't get together a strong enough combination, with the second part being strong enough to rattle his opponent. Not either of them, Shillard or Tomokiyo. Good defense from both fighters. These are really, well prepared, good grip in, good movement. Just as you think you're settling, there's a change of grips there. Nice battle. It's not the most attractive for, someone at home who might be sitting at home and just wants to watch, big ippons. But for those of us who are slightly more interested in the tactics of judo, maybe this is a good one to watch. Very interesting. Oh, that's the second thing. That's what we're looking for. It's that combination. You've got to rattle your opponent first and then come up with the second one. He almost did there with the Nidan Kosaragari at the end. Really good effort there from Shillard. That's as close as anyone's come to scoring. Another strong effort on the left there. No niwaza. One big attack here from Shillard. If he's really clever, he'll have the tempo right here. He'll be first to attack, and there'll be a second shot, and he isn't. It's the Japanese who gets in there. He traps his sleeves and goes low down with that Sode Surikomi looking effort. Just level things up there, because Shillard was just edging ahead on attacks. And a little Kosodagari, just a look there from Tomohiko. Almost came up with a Makikomi effort there, Shillard. This is a good contest. Backward and forward, one way, then the other. Just in time, I think he pulled that back. Oh, almost counted him. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. Well, you know, he'd stretched over there with the Osodagari a few times. That time it was just a little bit too far, slightly off balance, and Tomohiko was able to take him back. It's not the most attractive, but hey, that happens. That was a good battle. Minute 25, a golden score as well. But it was well worth watching.
Winner and gold medalist from Japan, Tomohiko.
Yep, gold medal goes to Tomohiko Hikaru of Japan. Nicholas Shillard ends up with the silver, but he gave a really good account of himself there. Good battle, Nicholas Shillard. We've got the under 90 kilo category coming up next. Down on mat number 1, Benoit Collin of France will face Jamal Petgrave of Great Britain. But down on mat number 2, we're going to have the contest between Dmitry Berezhny of Ukraine. He's up against Oruzmag Magiev of France. It'll be Berezhny in the white judogi, Magiev in blue, and the referee in the middle for this one is Hanna Safarikova of the Czech Republic. Saw Berezhny earlier on. Didn't get to see a great deal of Magiev, but the French have managed to prepare their fighters really well for this competition. Quite a number of them have been there or thereabouts. Berezhny just being asked to tidy his belt up. Magiev picked up a penalty there. We had the first minute. Nice pressure from Berezhny. We didn't see any newaza in the previous contest, the final of the under 81 kilo category between Shillard and Tomohiko. They just banged away standing up, didn't they? I wonder if we'll see anything from this pair. Ojiga! Oh, it's going to be the give. If Berezhny landed first. Was it Magiev who started that, or Berezhny? It's okay, because Berezhny was the one who began the attack, so that's fine. That was not a counter. It was in the middle where Magkiev started his attempt to take it over, but he never did, and Berezhny finished off well, so really good call by the referee there. Uchigari, down goes Magkiev. Two great scores from Dmitro Berezhny. Really did do well there. Looked to have lost it for a moment, but pulled it back. Nice control on the way down. And a second score for the Ukrainian gives him a bronze medal in the under 90 kilo category.
Winner and bronze medalist from Ukraine, Dmitry
Yeah,
Berezhny.
Kiev not really able to show us as much as he would like. We only had half the contest. But yeah, a bronze medal for Berezhny. We can go to mat number 1, because we've still got some action down there in the other bronze medal contest. That features Benoit Collin of France. He's up against Jamal Petgrave of Great Britain. We join the contest with a little over a minute left to go. Collin has scored Wazari. Petgrave has picked up penalty. So we've got a minute left to go. Collin just guilty of avoiding to take a grip there. He picked up a penalty. Well, 20 odd seconds left to go. Petgrave looks keen to get on with it, doesn't he? Why not? Wazari down. Chance for a couple of big attacks here. Collin misses with the Tomo and Agin. Looks keen to involve Petgrave in Newaza, but you can see why. As soon as he has a chance, he has a look up at the clock, tries to dig in, because he knows that time is ticking away, and this one is going to go his way. It's Benoit Collin who overcomes Jamal Petgrave of Great Britain. Collin adds to the French medal tally. That is not necessarily such a disastrous result for Petgrave. Throughout the day, he's had a reasonable run at things. Lost to his teammate, Harry Lovell-Hewitt, in the semi-final. That was a close run thing, and up until this point, that would be the only blemish. But a second loss, maybe he wasn't quite at his best today, Petgrave, but there are a few things in there that look good, and a couple of things that he'll want to tighten up, obviously. Coach is going to have to leave him on his own, because the coach has to get back in the chair now. Because coming up next, we've got the final of the under 90 kilo category. Loic Pietri of France faces Harry Lovell-Hewitt of Great Britain. It'll be Pietri in the white judogi, Lovell-Hewitt in blue. And the referee in the middle for this one is John Ramagers of the Netherlands. Well, it should be interesting. We've got different body types here. Pietri, a good deal shorter than Lovell Hewitt and a great deal more experienced. Former world champion at under 81 kilos. Good experience for Lovell Hewitt to face someone like Pietri in a final. He's also had a good day, but I mean that probably isn't saying a great deal when one considers that he's made his way to the final. What I mean by that is that, you know, we've seen some things that were promising from him and from Lovell Hewitt and encouraging. Mind you, Pietri must also be encouraged that he can find his way to a final in a new weight category after having been off for some time. Slightly off the pace. Lovell Hewitt picking up a penalty for passivity. All right, well, he's fought that effort off. It is now Harry's turn to come back with something. He knows how difficult it is once the sleeves get trapped. Yeah, you just can't get into a position where he feels strong enough to come up with a good attack. Managed to throw one in there, but it never really troubled Pietri. A little over a minute left to go. It's not there. Yeah, coming to that point of the last roll of the dice here. Slightly frustrated, Lovell Hewitt. You can see it from his body language. He knows that Pietri has frustrated him in the gripping, and he'd like to have a bit of a battle that was more to do about in judo than just the gripping. Chasing the Frenchman as well. Yeah, well, not a great deal that Lovell Hewitt can do, and why would Pietri want to do anything other? That's been his way in the past, and nothing's changed apart from the weight category. Good effort from Harry Lovell Hewitt there against an exceptionally experienced fighter and someone who really does know the tactics inside out. He made life very, very difficult for the British fighter. But he came up with the single score, and it's Loic Pietri of France who takes the gold medal. Right, we've got the awarding ceremony for the men in the under 81 kilo category coming up next.
We'll start now the under 81 kilos category awarding ceremony. The medals will be presented by Mr. Hervé Lindy.
The medals are being presented by Hervé Lindy, Sport Director of the European Judo Union. The first of the bronze medals goes to
Third places,
Stuart McWatt of Great Britain.
McWatt, Great Britain.
There's a bronze medal also for Jonathan Aladon of France.
And Jonathan Aladon, France.
The silver medal goes to Nicolas Chillard of France.
Nicolas Chillard from France. Winner and gold medalist from Japan.
But the gold medal goes to Tomokiyo Hikaru of Japan.
The flowers were represented by Mr. Van der Pegel, Portuguese Judo Federation Board of Directors. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Japan.
And now the national anthem of Japan.
We invite now the officials to take a photo with the medal.
McWatt and Aladon were the bronze medalists. Shillard picked up the silver, but it was Tomokio who took the gold. Right, we've got the bronze medal contests in the under 100 kilo category coming up next. If you want to watch the contest between Luca Ardizio of Italy and Matej Hajaš of Slovakia, that is down on mat number 1. We're going to be watching the contest between Ito Yoshinobu of Japan. He's up against Ionut Vasian of Romania. It's Ito in the white judogi, Vasian in blue. And the referee in the middle for this one is Vasily Smolin Jr. of Russia.
On mat number 1, in white from Italy, Luca Ardizio. And in blue from Slovakia, Matej Hajaš.
There are the two fighters. 4 minutes on the clock. Whether it will last that long remains to be seen. We're underway with this bronze medal contest. Ito it was who attempted the Sutemi waza there. And, well, an acrobatic spin out from Vasian made sure that he didn't give up a score. And now it's Ito who attacks again. This time, it left Seotoshi. Just trying to free his hands up now. Ito, not quite the grip that he wants. Seen that a couple of times today from Ito. He just looks that little bit rushed in his efforts, and it ends up looking a little bit untidy. Anyway, Vasian picked up the penalty for passivity as Ito makes sure that his gi's all in order and nice and tidy. Thought about going across for the left dip on Seonagi. That was standing up. And then the next time he went, it was low down to the left, ended up on both knees. Vasian picked up a second penalty there for passivity. We've got a minute and a half left to go. Sumigashi, that wasn't too bad. Maybe there was just a bit of a break in between Ito landing and Ito getting pushed onto his back, and that's why they score. Few people screaming for Wazari, and there's a pause whilst this one is reviewed. Yeah. So Vasian does pick up the score. And now leads by Wazari with a little over a minute left to go. Yeah, he's already called mate. Inside the last minute. You can bet that Ito is going to be going all out now. Yeah, a little bit desperate with that Sumigaeshi. Needs to be looking at something else, I think. Oh, nice little coach. He's got to stand up here because there's not enough time to work on the ground. And now Vasian has taken a bump to the head. We have a little pause here now. Seems to be okay, and on we go. Yeah, Wazari, he gave the elbows down to try and keep him up, and that gave up the score. See, it's that hand out. That's what does it. No, you don't like that. To save you from going over. Well, all of a sudden, from being in the driving seat, leading by Wazari, he's picked up the 2 penalties and now given up the Wazari score, although you probably had the 2 Wazaris before and then, sorry, you probably had the 2 penalties before and then picked up the Wazari. That's probably the way round it went. Right, whatever happens, or whichever way it was, we are now in golden score. Good battle, this one. Vasian shaping up nicely for Romania. Yeah, went too far through with that effort, did Ito. Oh, below the belt that was. He grabbed below the belt, did Ito. And picked up the penalty. Almost. When it worked once before, why not give it another try? That little Koji hook there and the push back. Nice little work. It's a pity that there's nothing that he can use to work from that, to use as a setup. I mean, once you've committed to that, that's the direction that you're going to go in. Maybe you can bring him forward with the Serenagi and then come up with that little Koichi. Yeah, a pull forward, bring him forward, because then you'll get Vasian resisting back. We shall see. Yes, and it's a nice first movement, but for some reason he goes right through. Is he going to pick up a third penalty? It looks so. For passivity, I thought of just give it one more cycle, a couple more seconds. However, that's not going to be the case. Looks as though they're going to wrap it up here with a third penalty. And Ito Yoshinobu of Japan takes that bronze medal. Well, that was good. You know, another contest with a number of things to look at. This is definitely a day for learning, you know, for a number of the judoka. Not just the ones who've lost. Of course, you want to learn from your losses, but for those who've won, you know, they can see things, a bit of progress and something that they've done well. Right. We come now to the final of the under 100 kilo category. Cédric Olivar of France faces Merab Margiev of Russia. It'll be Olivar in the white judogi, Margiev in blue. Referee in the middle for this one is Peter Lichtbau of Austria. I haven't seen Olivar all day. Margiev I've seen maybe once. It wasn't the weight category I got a long look at. We were pretty much consumed by the under 81 kilo category. It was a large entry in there. I think it was 41 in total, and we had 24 in this weight category, the under 100 kilo category. Yeah, it was 41. Single Shido picked up by Merab Margiev. Slightly bent over Olivar. It's Margiev looking the more positive at the two at the moment. Both fighters pick up penalties. Margiev already had one on the board, so that's a second for the Russian with 2.5 minutes to go. And all of a sudden, something happens and Margiev looks as though he's been hit by a tree stump. He collapses to his knees. Not sure what that was at all. Just collapsed to his knees. Clash of heads maybe, but Olivar must be hard-headed because he hasn't flinched. Poor old Margiev looked as though he was poleaxed, didn't he? 2 penalties picked up by Margiev, just the one for Olivar. Slightly frustrated is Margiev. Wants to get close. Needs to be careful for how long he holds on to that belt. Just got away with that. There's plenty of time left on the clock. The difficulty for Margiev is that he's picked up 2 penalties. Yeah, he could very well have picked up a penalty for stepping out. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I could see that coming, that penalty, and the French coach was really upset about that. But he just crawled off the area. You know, if you do it standing up, you get a penalty. Why not on the ground? 2 penalties apiece now, minute 40. Slightly untidy looking scoreboard, but not necessarily an unattractive contest. Just a tricky one. Margiev searching for an opening, really wants to come up with a big effort, but it is Oliver who comes up with an attack. It brings Margiev down onto his backside, and then he pushes him down onto his back. But there was no chance of coming up with a score for that. Margiev is really suffering here, grabbing his nose, then grabbing his knee. He's really uncomfortable. Slow to get to his feet here. He's still got a minute and 15 seconds left to go. But yeah, and a third penalty picked up by Margiev. He was suffering, so it's not surprising.
Winner, gold medalist from France,
Cédric Oliver of France
second gold medal in the continental
takes the gold medal. Silver goes to Merab Margiev, who really was suffering from some kind of knee injury or shin or something, but he really wasn't. He wasn't at his best. Right, we've got the awarding ceremony coming up next for the under 90 kilo category. Let's see who we've got lined up then.
The medal will be presented by Mistress Catalina Rodriguez, Asian Sports Director.
Right, the medals are being presented by EJU Sport Director Katarina Rodriguez. The first of the bronze medal goes to Dmitry Berezhny of Ukraine. There's a bronze medal for Benoit Collin of France. The silver medal goes to Harry Lovell-Hewitt of Great Britain. Well, the gold medal goes to Loic Pietri of France.
The flower will be presented by Mr. Stefina, Portuguese Judo Federation Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of France.
And now the national anthem of France. There's a picture of the winning quartet framed by the medal presenters. Right then, let's have a look at the medals. Big smile, boys, for the camera. There you go. And that was the under 90 kilo category. Let's hope that Søren Starker, our media director, can catch Loic Pietri for an interview, as he'll be our player of the day. We come now to the last of the weight categories, the plus 100 kilo weight category. The first of the bronze medals is down on mat number 1. That features Fedor Panko of Ukraine. He'll be up against Alan Sikhorebov of Russia. Sikhorebov. It's a tricky one. Won't have to say that one again unless he wins the bronze medal. We're going to feature the bronze medal contest on mat number 2 between Nabil Salah of France. He's up against teammate Renaud Carrière of France, although I think that Renaud Carrière picked up an injury, so Nabil Salah will just step out to take the bow. I'm sure that the Portuguese referee will have been told that already. That's Eduardo Garcia. He can just come out and give the contest to Nabil Salah. And then we'll go down to mat number 1. We'll pick up the contest between Fedor Panko of Ukraine in the white judogi, Alan Svoborev of Russia. And it's the Russian, Big Al, who throws Panko for Ippon. Sorry about that. Just missed out on that one. Doesn't matter. There'll be plenty more next week when we're in Paris. Yes, there will be more judo next week when we'll be able to show you the Paris Grand Slam. But that brings us neatly to the final of the plus 100 kilo category. Anton Brashev of Russia faces Sato Kazuya of Japan. It's Brashev in the white judogi, Sato in blue. The referee in the middle for this one is Mathieu Bataille of France. Single Shido to Brashev, or picked up by Brashev. Sato looking to settle down. They're well matched for height, aren't they? Height and size. It can't be often that the referee in the plus 100 kilo category final Can't be often that the referee is bigger than the fighters. Mr. Brown, what do you think? It can't be often that the referee is bigger than the fighters in the plus 100 kilo category final. I think Mathieu Bataille beats both of these. He might be able to beat both of them as well. Both fighters have picked up a penalty each. 2:20 odd left to go. Not quite in the right position there from Brashev to threaten Sato. Both fighters guilty of avoiding to take a grip. Well, that was a good effort from Brashev. He put everything into that. Close to coming up with a score. I wonder if he's got another one of those left in the tank. Reasonable movement from Sato. Just lost contact with his left hand on the right sleeve of Brashev. That would have given him the control that he was looking for. Wasn't quite there. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece here. Sato looking for the Seotoshi right-sided. But he didn't have any real movement. Try to get that going just from a dead stop. No score during the normal period of time, so it's into the golden score period. And now Sato does come up with the big finish, just what the crowd were looking for, really. Didn't matter where it came from, just as long as one of them came up with something big. And it was Sato Kazuya with that Seotoshi that brought Anton Brashev crashing down for Ippon.
Winner and gold medalist from Japan, Sato Kazuya. This is his first international medal. Congratulations.
Right, we've got two awarding ceremonies coming up now, so don't go anywhere. we'll have those, and then we'll have a little bit of a wrap up on what we've seen and tell you about the medal table. Right, let's take a look at the medal winners in the under 100 kilo category. The medals are being presented by the EJU refereeing commissioner, Mr. Frankie de Moore. The first of the bronze medals goes to Itu Yoshinobu of Japan. There's also a bronze medal for Luca Ardizio of Italy. The silver medal goes to Merab Magiev of Russia. The gold medal goes to Cédric Olivar of France.
The flowers will be presented by Mr. Manuel Pinto, Portuguese Judo Federation Board of Directors. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of France.
And now the national anthem of France.
We invite the officials to take a photo with the medalists.
Right, that was the winning quartet in the under 100 kilo category. Chance for the picture now. And we've got one more awarding ceremony to come now, and the fighters are already lined up, so we should be into that one nice and quickly.
And now we will start the awarding ceremony of men plus 100 kilograms.
Right, there they come. The medal winners in the the medal winners in the plus 100 kilo category. The medals are being presented by refereeing commissioner Nuno Delgado.
From France.
Nuno Cavallo, beg your pardon, of Portugal.
From Russia.
And the first of the bronze medals goes to Nabil Zala of France. There's a bronze medal too as well for Alan Sikovrebov of Russia. Silver medal goes to Anton Brashev of Russia. But the gold medal goes to Sato Kazuya of Japan. France top the medal table with 3 gold medals, 3 silver and 4 bronze medals, so a really good performance from the French team here. There were 3 gold medals also for the visiting Japanese team, and 3 bronze medals for them as well. Switzerland won the only other gold. That was Neil Stump yesterday in the under 73 kilo category. There were 2 silver medals and 3 bronze medals for Russia. Great Britain picked up a silver and a bronze. Ukraine a silver and a bronze, and there were bronze medals too for Spain and Italy. That's all the judo that we've got for you on this 3rd and final day. And now the national anthem of Japan. Well, that's the end of the 2019 European Judo Open for Men in Odivelas. Thanks very much for your company. My thanks to Mario Kavavats and also to Brown Akosh for all their help and assistance. We look forward to your company next time when we bring you more live judo from the EJU. Next week we will be at the Paris Grand Slam. We look forward to your company then, but from everybody here in the broadcast team, it's bye-bye for now.
I am Lukas Krpalek and I will fight in Ipongia.